Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Ding ding. There we go. Gap down at open, huh? That's unexpected. Zero GT holders about to get fucked? No. They bought calls. Yeah, no problem, man. Well, zero GTs in which direction? That's a good question. I may not have an answer. I guess it depends on if we fall below like the fast gamma right now. There's a lot of repositioning going on in the pre-market. So I have no idea how the gamma is going to be structured for today yet. At least the longer dated gamma. There's a shitload of zero DTE calls, but they're all really far out of the money right now. They're all at like 41.40, 41.50, 41.60. I don't know if we're going to like rescue those. Nvidia gamma neutral today, 273.68. A little lower. Gap's almost filled. Futures. I expect futures to at least fill the gap, right? Futures left a pretty big gap overnight, up at like 150, 155. It's at 150 right now. It's like 155 to the upside, like 158. It's like a $3 gap, which is pretty big on futures. So I think that'll fill. After that, I don't know. We'll see what positioning looks like, I guess. Was data this morning? Yeah, PCE data this morning. Month over month, still gaining. Year over year is down. Same story it's been for like the last 4 months. They're gonna try to push up to catch those 4150s if they can. Then they'll dump. Inverse of yesterday. You don't think they'll try to hold it in the upper range into FOMC? You think they'll dump into FOMC? It's possible. I mean, over the weekend at least. Generally, these like pumps during the like SLD settlement period last like 3 days. If you look historically, um, they're not always quite as big as this one. 41.15 end of week. That's not maybe unreasonable. No, the gap on futures is at 41.50. 41.55, sorry. 41.55.75, I think. So I guess when time in here and actually wait for an entry with you people literally sounds wonderful. So Amazon beats, VUP's 10%, opens flat, Intel biggest loss straight up. Yep. Nvidia 2020, 220? Not today. All right. Let me see how this is looking. All right, so pretty split, but fairly bullish on this side of the options chain. A lot more put interest this morning below us than there was yesterday. But still looks pretty bullish up to like 41.40. Calls are definitely coming in strong. I think best thing to do right here is probably take a small call position. I should probably close these because these are fucking garbage. All right. Options. That's probably one for now. All right. And I'm gonna grab not these yet. Hmm. All right. FSLR is dead. Yeah, I know. FSLR fucking tanked last night. It was awesome. Low short-term target on FSLR. It should be in the chart. Do I have that pulled up right now? One. So my short-term PT was 170.15. Jesus Christ, down 11% now. That's so cool. Nasdaq is not having the best morning. It looks like it attempted to fill its gap and failed. Lily puts are getting slaughtered. It's still in its buy range. I'm just averaging them down. Don't forget that a lot of that's just the spread on them. The spread on the Lily puts is fucking nuts. Unless you're buying like, I think it's like the June 3060s, not that illiquid. Well, let's see. It doesn't look like the call side's giving up just yet on SPX. I still don't have. Hold on. I'm refreshing this. Yeah, it looks like there's still pretty strong call interest to the upside here. Sold? Interesting. Futures are going to fail to fill the gap? No. Right? Just kind of a tough rejection at 41.50. All right. Index moving against its components again. Bobby's up a whole cent. What do you say to that, Mr. Schilkel? Schilkel? Who gives a shit? Amazon Big Drill. All right. $155, 33.50 spread, 350p June. Insane. Yeah, the spreads are really shitty. I've managed to get 6 contracts so far, 7 at prices that I wanted. They're good when they print. I played the last drop after it tested gamma neutral. It was fine once the contracts went in the money. I'm getting GN test Nvidia puts. Honestly, amazing. Ever see about to get bailed out with the money printer? I thought they determined that they were just absolutely not doing that. Have they changed their minds? Good morning, Pickleman. I'm in a bit of trouble. So I declare bankruptcy? Where is the form I fill out to get bailed out by the Fed? Okay, first of all, just entering a YouTube chat and declaring bankruptcy is really not the way that's done. And you're not a bank. I just wanted to pop in and say how awesome it is that you personally care deeply about each and every one of us. Thanks. Fuck you, Hazy. Can we swap Upstart for VIX? Yeah, we can. Nasdaq now down 30 points. What the fuck is going on here? Futures gaps. It's almost there. Not quite. A few more dollars. All right, we're now touching the gap. Just tickling it a little bit. They have 4150s and 4160s on the 0DTE side. So like 4140 through 4160 is pretty stacked. 4160 I think is the highest. Some of those might be sold though. Generally the highest strikes kind of like split. Do we see FSLR at 150 next week after FOMC? Damn, that's fucking... You don't think that's kind of greedy? I mean, it'd be cool. They upgraded their guidance at their last earnings and then missed it by a mile. So I imagine investors are pretty pissed. Read the DD morning is not doing so. Fucked me in the goats. I was hedged, so all turned out okay. I'm unclear on one thing from your DD. 41.15, we start falling hard. 41.40, 45, but don't you think that both are playing out today, or we go one direction or the other? I mean, we could get locked up in the upper range, so I wouldn't rule that possibility out. Gap's almost closed. Hmm. The market really about to enter FOMC meeting at 41.50. Ballsy move, isn't it? I mean, we're not necessarily going to enter at 41.15. We've still got 3 days till the Fed meeting. Can we go get the ES gap at 40.80 next? That'd be cool, right? Okay, Gorkle, I admit defeat. Close down 44%. You were smart. I am dumb. Thank you for pinning my mistakes. I don't forget. I'm sorry you lost your money, man. That sucks. You see Zom's earnings? No. How were they? Should I roll my 428? $428 SPY 385s? Those don't have a lot of time, and they're very far out of the money. I made $300 scalping the gap fill already today. Thanks again for everything you do. I'm actually hoping to one day have a future if I keep trading like this. Nice, man. And there's a lot of weakness in this gap fill. I don't know if we're gonna get continued bullishness afterwards. We're not getting a lot of put build up anywhere. Okay. NQ's still trying to grind up a little bit here. The Nasdaq gap's at 13,259. The video looks kind of weak. I think we're waiting on the Michigan consumer sentiment today. Do we have that today? Oh yeah, the final report. I mean, it shouldn't change a lot, right? But yeah, that's at 10 o'clock. A few more minutes. I expect them to want to fill the gap before then, right? GME ETF FTDs being covered a bit today. Yeah, there's about 400,000 today, I think. So some pressure as long as the indexes remain up. If the index is rug pull, though, it's gonna go straight down. Let me double check the number. 514,782 today. So 500,000 ETF FTDs. And 159,000 FTDs. Oh, there's the gap, I think. That should be filled. At least on... Oh, no. Still 1 point off. Two points off. So that should be about 41.40 on SPX. Maybe they'll use the Michigan consumer sentiment to fill the rest of it, because this is starting to fail. They're getting further from filling the gap right now. If 0.25 target rate increase, how immediate a drop would we get? Debating on holding or rolling May 19s. I mean, I think 0.25 is like the expectation, right? I got sentiment. Can you consumer me, Greg? Morning, dork. What do you think we'll see from Fubo on their earnings? I'm hoping to see increased revenues, but subscribers will probably be down as they rolled out their like higher price plan over the last quarter. So maybe a drop in total subscribers, but an increase in revenues. I know Fubo themselves laid out like a projection. I think it's in their last earnings report. Good free data sets. I mean, CBOE is really useful. Like the CBOE end of day reports, SEC FTD reports. What other free data? Oh, fuck. Well, consumer sentiment's out. Let's see what that looks like. All right. Chicago PMI up. Interesting. All right. So Michigan consumer sentiment 6.35. Current conditions 6.82 versus 6.66.3 or 68.2. Inflation expectations 4.6 versus the prior 3.6. Consumer expectation final 60.5 versus 59.2. 5-year inflation expectation up 0.1. Bearish? Pretty bearish. And futures failed to fill the gap. Let's see if that triggers any response in the buying here. Gonna need a minute. Guides for a decrease in both. I'll post our guide in the Pores chat. Thanks, Atomic. When Japan tank the world's economy? They got to be getting close, right? People in Michigan are more informed than half the traders on Wall Street. What a time to be alive. You're going to get that gap. Jesus Christ. Look how much money has been spent trying to fill this 25-cent gap right here. This is hysterical. They still haven't filled it. Puts after gap fill? Maybe. There it is. You guys did it. Congratulations. All right. See, call volume still coming in, like, kind of all the way up. I don't see put interest accumulating significantly anywhere. I guess 41.25, 41.30 put interest is decent. But 41.35, 41.40 is kind of dog shit. It's okay. Inflation expectations are only up 1%, right? These uppies don't seem too strong. Well, we're not really in an area yet where call interest is very strong, but above 41.40 we are. So if they can hold prices here, it's a little better for them. Are there any gaps left on SPX? No, right? Or is there one at 41.54? Hold on. I think there might be one more gap up here. Yeah, there's one gap right here. 41.48, 41.51. That would clear out most of the call chain. Or like the call side of the chain. Don't want to play that. Nasdaq's still red on the day. Isn't it more likely that the initial reaction to an expected 25 would be up? Likely that any serious downside only comes from confirmation of no intention to pause. Thoughts? Or an increase in the target rate. Right, so if the Fed goes up 0.25 without increasing the target rate, then that's it, right? That is a pause. It's not. So I think they're gonna keep their or retain their ability to raise rates further in the future if need be, and that will be bearish. Part of the reason for all the pause narrative is the pause is built into the current Fed narrative. A pullback in rates isn't, but a pause is. Also, aren't you banned? Why are you back? Nice guy who's bored. Do you think the PCE print will change their target rate at all? I mean, year over year, headline PCE's been flat for the last 4 months, right? 4 months now. Core PCE is continuing to increase month over month. So, um, I mean, they've got that to look at, and then they've also got, the last CPI report where core moved over headline. So there's definitely still unaddressed inflationary pressures that have yet to relent, and inflation's becoming more entrenched over time. So I don't think the Fed is going to hamper their ability to raise rates in the future. They may move forward with a pause at the target rate after a 0.25 increase, but I also think they'll increase the target rate so they have more flexibility. When will all this bearish data, when will the market take a leg down? Whatever it fucking feels like it at this point. Can Nvidia still come down today, or are the puts fudged? I don't know yet. We'll see. I mean, it'll obviously depend on Nasdaq failing. Probably more so than Nvidia itself. Playing Nvidia 0DT is probably not the best idea. Although, kind of fun. I think like SPX 4150, like SPX fill the gap is probably another potential rejection on gamma neutral for Nvidia. So I might like average down the 0DTs there and then see what happens. Yeah, about here. Have gaps filled now? 41, 5190? Almost. GN. Nvidia's delta neutral is way lower. It's at like 250, I think. Sorry, I know I have this on the 5 minute right now, but it's just because I want to see the gap. 30 cents. Okay, so that's filled now, right? Yep, that's filled. Now switch back to the 1 minute. Set stops on my straddle. I'd like to formally request a patented Gurk Slam on Mo Money, Cores, or Trade Trades to give me a sprinkling of nostalgia. Gurk, you reign supreme. Thanks, Toilet Wine. I just sold some GameStop. Will Lady VWAP ever forgive me? Probably. The call side of the straddle is doing great. The put side of the straddle is not so hot right now. Although I suppose it could be worse. $41.80 was straddle. 41.35. Nice, Dork. Vic's getting weird. Yeah, a little. Blowing out these calls real quick this morning. They're definitely closing. Definitely some calls closed there on that downtick. 41, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70 closed. 41.30 is closed also. So profit taking. See if that pulls us back markedly. Interesting. Is Lily just shitting the bed now again? Okay, it's just chopping. Being very weird. So tested 400 gamma max 411. 411, right? Okay. Are you cutting the put side? No. It's a 519 put. So I'll just leave it open. In regards to Lily, it's up 2%. My June options are down 32%. I get the thesis, but why does such a small move cause such massive options price change? Makes me excited for downs gains. Honestly, it's because the spreads are ridiculous. So your options probably showing you the mid price, but the spreads are all over the place. I saw a Wall Street Bets post that basically said this was the top for the year. What do you think? It's possible. Earnings contraction's pretty bad so far. I threw a wish in the well. Don't ask me. I'll never tell. I looked to you as it fell, and now you're in my way. I'd trade my soul for a wish, pennies and dimes for a kiss. I wasn't looking for this, but now you're in my way. Your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing. Oh, Jesus. Thanks, Carly Ray Wilson. 600% of a single zero DC. Here's your cut, boss. Thanks, man. Congratulations, adopted. I'm gonna get fucking stopped out here and it's gonna rip to 41.75. Watch. Bear call spreads make me nervous with these insane pumps. Fair. You could use debit spreads. A little safer. That's not the biggest 2-day pump ever. Looking at this year, it seems like Fridays are often flat up. Is there some sort of psychological effect at play here? Shorts closing, going to the Hamptons early, people buying zero DT calls. Hot night, wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Thank you so much, Kendra. Are those calls repositioning up like yesterday or just closing? I mean, that's hard to tell because they move big blocks of them at a time. Right now, I mean, interest still looks like it's like peaked at 41.60. Looks back now, when I was in school and my teachers taught something that I didn't understand or didn't have all the information to fully follow how it worked. Was that crime? Yes. Hey, I just met you and this is crazy. Okay, everyone needs to stop this. But here's my number, so call me maybe. That's what you didn't give me your phone number though, Kendra. Nvidia is ripping a little bit. It's moderately disappointing. Although NQ is only up 30 points today. Morning ending. That's on 515, 41.45p here for FOMC hold. Um, hmm. I'd be worried that we can move a little higher still. I might be patient on that one. Yeah. Yeah, you might want to be. Hmm. What the fuck is Amazon? 4106? Apple up, Tesla's up. Google's moving back down again. Meta's starting to drop. Meta doesn't look too hot. How's Microsoft doing? Okay, Microsoft's ripping like crazy. Bloomberg coming out with articles about sell in May. Bullish. Shill. Oh yeah, I forgot crime. Also, shout out to Carl's wife. Thanks, Simo. I'll let her know. I mean, I'll tell Carl. I miss the days when we created real songs like TLC's No Scrubs. Left Eye was a treasure. Carl's mom has got it going on, Pigeon Teeth Dan. It was a pretty wild 2-day pump. Yeah, it's nuts. Good times. Ugh. I wonder if it fails. You know the best part about this whole thing is Baba is still just going down. I hedged the upside on my Nvidia puts this morning and set a stop. Nice, dude. On days like this, how wide do you set your trailing stops on your calls? It's tough, right? Because of the repositioning at every level. I mean, you kind of have to set your stops at resistance, which means you're really likely to get stopped out of calls early, and then you have to re-enter positions. But profits are profits, right? They're not all going to be 10 baggers. When Carl's Mom Has Got It Going On song for reals, that's sure to be a cult favorite for demonetization to his. 5-minute candles make me have to wait 5 minutes to feel alive. I guess they can do that. They can also be a bit more surprising. QQQ is like watching SPX 1 to 2 seconds in the future. That's on Apple 915 150p. I've been getting into them slowly, but these absurd tech pumps have me skittish. Apple's earnings are next week, right? That'll be interesting. I bought my puts yesterday. I feel dumb. Did you buy them at the top yesterday? It's amazing to me that Intel is up today. The earnings expectations are so terrible, but somehow market participants only look at beat or no beat. It's insanity. I mean, initially, they only look at beat or no beat. Wow, top up another 325% today. Oh, is that like the OTC Chinese stock? Or like they're like an OTC broker or something? I think I saw something about that. Yeah. Well, at least I haven't been stopped out of my call hedges early today like I did yesterday. Could we still see 4,000 next week? Sure. And it only took 2 days for us to dump like 280 BPS before. $41.70? Maybe 41.60. We'll see. This is kind of the top of the current call interest right now. We're still moderately lower than we were during the SLD period. At the top of the SLD period, what were we at? Almost 4,200 on ES. ES at like 41.75 right now. Hmm. Let me see if there's any change in the longer term trends. Mm. 4250, 4,300. Those are still sold, I think. 41.75. A little bit of interest at 41.75. Not for today, though. For today, interest at 41.75 is pretty low. So yeah, we've just about hit the peak of the zero DTE interest. Mm. $51.55. Wait, is that the right date? Holy shit, those are expensive. Why is IV up so much? Hmm. Nice, Dork. Let's say another danger zone for treasury swaps banks is sub 4,000. Why? Just arbitrarily? Perhaps they're trying to get SPX into a range high enough so the 200 to 300 BPS drop leaves us in a safe range for them after FOMC. Maybe. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams, but no one seems to hear a thing? No, none of those things. Thank you for asking, Kendra. Oh, there's more. Do you know that there's still a chance for you because there's a spark in you? You just got to ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. Nope. Good day, Pickle Man. Are you doing good? I got unemployed today. Never really been unemployed. So what do people do? Is there a dress code? There isn't. Do you want to average them down again? Maybe. Kendra Perry. Do you expect the car market to turn down significantly? And how long of a downturn do you see? I'm looking to sell my car now and upgrade later for a family minivan. I mean, I don't know how long the drawdown's going to last. But inventories are already starting to increase. You can kind of see that in Carvana's earnings reports. Um, I mean, eventually inventories will become bloated. It's it's not the fastest moving thing in the world, but it's faster moving than like real estate will be. So that doesn't seem unreasonable. But you might not be able to like upgrade your car later till like interest rates start to fall off. And that might be, like early 2024 at the current rate. It's fun chilling here, but I need to go own the night. See you Monday. See you Death for my birthday. I can't believe VIX is already close to the 15 handle again. God damn. Yeah. Okay. Calls are pulling back out of the money. So I guess that's an okay sign. 4150 puts are picking up. Not much history to go off of. The VIX one day is doing something somewhat new today. Yesterday it rocketed up all day long. Sell off, stop loss hunt. I mean, it was a little bit of a sell off on the call side. I don't think it would see any kind of continuation though, unless we fell below 4150. FRC just dropped 5% in 1 minute and halted. There might be news. Okay. Best part about today was is the win I needed to feel good heading into my vacation. What a fucking Friday. Go fuck yourselves, everybody. Have a good one, Dork. Think it makes sense to pick up long-term SPX puts here again, or better wait until after FOMC? And VIX is tantalizingly low right now. I might pick up some here and some before the FOMC meeting. That weeb pullback doesn't inspire me. Yeah, I wouldn't be too enthused. Like I said, we need to break 4150 for there to be any kind of actual downside realization here. Futures did get rejected, right at like the 4175 level. So it's possible that we start to see a reversal in the trend, but maybe not just yet. Is that greedy? God, those are fucking expensive as shit. I could buy like an extra day of theta for like $2 more. 2 days of theta. Whatever, I guess I don't need the theta, but still. Try to keep up with all your DD. SLD period ended nicely. Yeah, and Opex dumped too. Pump here was 0.25 anticipated. Is this PA on market priced in? Or do you expect downs in the future? Sorry if it's been asked a lot. I mean, we don't know what the Fed's guidance is going to be, right? The Fed's guidance is probably, arguably at this point, far more important than the rate hike everyone knows they're doing, right? Unless they surprise with a higher rate hike, which is unlikely, the guidance is really going to be where it's at. Hey, Nvidia back below gamma neutral. Cool. Well, now we know why the puts were overpriced. This looks like it still has a little ways to go. The momentum on the back of this should be pretty nice. Although the put positioning is just not really there. Some out of the money calls selling off on the last tick. You bitch. Hmm. Yeah, I would be more cautious with selling, like buying back sold options on SQQQ because of the volatility decay. Also, because of the index volatility as well. So if you're up a lot and you still have a lot of theta left, it's probably good to pull back the profits and at least reposition or something. I think most people don't watch the market day to day. Jets fan. FRC unhalted, now down 23%, halted again. Cool. Carl, do you remember when we met? You said you'd introduce me, but you haven't yet. But now I see you're too busy with Girk's stream. Your mom's the one who's really cool, if you know what I mean. Carl's mom, she's got it going on. All I want, and I've been waiting for so long. Carl, can't you see you're not the one for me? Knowing it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Carl's mom. Beautiful, C-Mill. You keep working on that. What's up, Girk Barry here again? What's up, Barry Girk here? We live in a society, just a massive stop loss hunt here. SPX 1200 after FOMC to rescue Jackson's calls. Maybe everyone can win, right? SPX to 12,000, then to 2,800. How many days would you need? We're going to need a lot of days. 5 days. It's going to take 5 days for that to happen. There's no way FRC's 100 billion wealth management team overweighted into tech, right? Right? No, that's impossible. Why would they ever do such a thing? Ooh, calls are selling off. Puts aren't changing a lot, though. Gamma flip at 41.2250. Still really far away. I'm afraid to use stops today. It's so violent. Yeah. Okay. 41, 50, 60, 55. Selling off on the test, it looks like. Are we going to get more calls coming in here or just more capitulation? 40, 55, 40, 60 and 41.50. Put gamma's climbing really fast. So I don't trust these. These always fucking break up nowadays. Like, this should be bearish as shit, but I don't trust it at all. I guess they're not pricing down puts yet, so that's a good sign. Futures are doing, I mean, basically the same thing SPX is doing, right? Like, they failed at 41, well, 41.7850. So basically they failed the 40.75 level. We'll see if they continue back down to the 0.25 standard deviation. There's really not a lot of like historic support here, right? This is all just chop on the deviation line. So I don't think it's impossible they pull back at least to like 41. Was that like 41.56? Prices moving up, but my puts are not dropping. Yeah, they're not pricing them down. If you're gonna spread over the weekend with these FRC shenanigans, hard to say. Price target for next week based on these past 2 days price action. Well, here's the problem. When the call interest pulls back like it did during like right after the SLD period, the market just tanks because there's nothing there to support it, right? Um, so it's really hard to determine what range we're going to trade in when all of the options expire today and tomorrow. I will say, generally speaking, these pumps are short-lived, right? I'm saying FRC most likely headed for receivership. FRC is fine. Was that potentially a good sign for downs if they aren't pricing them down? I mean, not always. It's just like one tick, right? Market Watch calling top a meme stock now. Okay. Today and tomorrow? What, Monday? It's a fucking next expiration, Verax. Because we should be at like 4,000 right now. I mean, the market should be a lot lower than 4,000 right now. I could be regarded here, but I think we just found our new channel lock range today, unless 4150 capitulation comes in hard. 4150, 4160 snooze fest till Monday. Possible. Don't forget, though, that those like the 4150s and 4160s that are holding it up right now, they have to keep buying them, right? So if the interest in those strikes doesn't continue throughout the day, then the market maker is going to start selling the hedge for those strikes the closer we get to expiration. Why didn't you buy calls on the bullish bear flag? Well, because it's a bear flag. Don't you know that every single TA pattern on SPX is bullish? What does it mean if puts aren't getting priced down? I mean, it generally means that the market maker still thinks there's a chance that the price is going to drop. Or that they're pricing up volatility, so they expect more volatility to come in. I guess is a more specific way of describing it. A high ETF FTDs Monday. Would that be a good day to sell covered calls or today's price action? I mean, I'm gonna wait till Monday to sell them because there's way more ETF FTDs on Monday than there are today. Do you think the PPT is involved in this? I'm just no, that's not at all. Monthly candle print weekend. I don't know how important that is. It's not like it's the end of the quarter or anything. Forty-one, 60, 70, 75. Futures up. Hmm. Somewhere upside there. So 4165 is getting some interest here, but price is rejecting a bit. Still no significant put volume. 4150 is pretty much the only level with any real put interest. And it's still massively outweighed by call interest. Bobby's coupons are still good at big lots. At this point, I'm thinking that a China invasion into Taiwan would raise QQQ by 1%. One of these days, holding this up into the weekend is going to bite them in the ass. I'm excited for when that happens. Check DM. What do you got, Torque? Oh, that's weird. Huh. Can you go out a little longer? Is that the 1 day or the 1 minute? One of these days, holding this up as into the weekend is gonna bite them in the ass. I'm excited for when that happens. Well, they're not pushing up into like the sold futures positions yet, so I don't think we're gonna see like the big sell-offs that we were seeing fucking wreck the zero DTE calls 2 weeks ago. Those are like in a higher range. So they're being more like conservative with the pump this time. They're not trying to push it up into like all the sold call positions. The Container Store is this real? Like the Container Store is actually accepting Bobby coupons? 5.5 SPY 400p, obviously hurting. Take the loss or hope for downs next week. Fuck, I don't know. Why didn't you like hedge it or something? You just let your call go $15 out of the money without reacting at all. Kirk, do you think this positive price action for Junior will continue until end of day? Or we'll see a downturn soonish? Asking for some friendly covered calls. I have no idea. And they can just start buying futures again here, and we're going up to 41.75, right? Okay, that looks way less compelling. Does it? I guess so. But when's the dump? Okay, I'm trying to figure out what tickers you're using here because it's like hard to see on the screenshot. Okay. I mean, that kind of looks like it topped out. Like, there's still some momentum, but there's no more upside. That looks super bearish to me. Oh, okay. What's the bull case? They find some liquidity somewhere? Momentum for the bull. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. SPX just fell back through 41.50, by the way. I should set a stop on this. Futures are dumping really hard here. Well, I guess the future sellers did want to kill the bears or the bulls or both. See, this is what's crazy, right? It's like there's no fucking put interest at all, right? And then someone just dumps futures and kills all the zero DTEs. Like the amount of risk in that pump is so extreme. Like someone just hits futures with a 5,000 block and it's fucking dead. Do it again? I mean, they might. Yeah, now the out of the money calls are just capitulating like crazy. What ticker is in the bottom right? Oh, that's my yeah, that's my put contract on SPX. All right. That's decent. I'll take it. What's Nvidia doing? Oh, okay. Put interest starting to come in at 41.10 now. 41.25, 41.30. Those 41.45 through 41.75 calls are still selling off. 41.60 selling off. They look kind of fucked. Did you see Lenixis making another prediction and getting roasted? I mean, he's not even wrong. GME has ETF FTDs. He's finally on time after 6 months of refusing to listen to me. He's finally bought options before ETF FTDs instead of a week before them. No, I don't really talk to him very much. He got really mad at me when I told him his DD was hot garbage. Which it was. I mean, he's like looking at the notional value of swaps and going, "This is it. It's going to run," without knowing any of the positioning on the swaps. So, are you getting GME calls for ETF FTDs coming up? I don't know. I feel like I have better things to play. Why am I gonna buy fucking calls on GME like for a $2 move when I can buy calls on SPX for $100 moves? Right? I'm gonna sell calls on GME after the ETF FTDs burn out. Because it's fun and GameStop's the coolest. Now the question is, do I buy a call or do I buy a put? Like who's more fucked here? Those calls are all dead in the water right now unless they pump it again. I mean, the further out of the money calls are selling off, but they're buying like 41.35s, 41.40s. Um, this is getting weird. Okay, 41.40 sold off, or the put sold off. 41.55 and 60 buying again. Let's get on this fucking roller coaster. Suey. I'm just doing bearish call spreads on SPX starting in 30 minutes if we don't drop further. If someone's got a few billion blown up by a bear, some stop losses got fucking murdered there. FRC halted again. Bullish. Thanks, Kendra. Now call me maybe is stuck in my head. The suspense is terrible. I hope it will last. Me too. This is fun. I would not mind this contract doubling in value. Please and thank you. Fuck, man, I got some terrible stops on my straddle calls there. But it was okay. I think I got out of all of them profitably, but that stop got murdered. Like this candle, that candle was a fucking bitch. My calls got stopped out across like a 20% spread. $27 likes? No, we have 200. What the fuck, people? Like the stream. Gork, market broken. What do? Have fun with it, I guess. You should threaten them with something more substantial. Like if you don't like the stream, I'm gonna send you what are those fruit and chocolate baskets called? You guys know what I'm talking about. Edible arrangements. Yeah. Someone sent me one of those. It was disgusting. I'm not friends with them anymore. Stop losing money. Sorry for liking the stream. Slaps wrist. Thanks, Bullish Cat. Glitter bomb? That's I wouldn't put that evil on anybody. Wait, a guy. Not all my friends are guys, Bob. You don't like old fruit covered in low quality chocolate? Believe it or not, no. Milkman D, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out to the country club after the stream. You're not supposed to eat them. It's the thought that counts. Yeah, but the thoughts on want to poison you with rotten fruit. Because, baby, you're a firework. Come on, show him what you're worth. Make him go, oh, 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 as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make him go, oh, oh, oh. You're going to leave them all in awe, awe, awe. Thank you so much, kitten. Did you change your name to Kitten so I would call you that? Your kinks are getting a bit weird, Kendra. I mean, I'm not judging you, but I am. I know a guy who worked at Edible Arrangements who would bring leftovers from work, but mostly the bananas because they were the only good ones. That makes sense. Chocolate doesn't even stay on. It gets soggy and slips off. Thanks to you, I'm finally breaking even on my Zillionaire subscription. Appreciate your teachings, Gurk. P.S. Like the stream, people. Thanks, Daniel Mag. Oh, come on. Pump it harder. I didn't buy this call to not have it go $4 in the money. No, bad Gurk, buy puts. But that's not what's happening right now. Okay, like I can't will the bearishness into existence. I'm sorry. People are buying out of the money calls again. They're not done doing pumpies. They weren't just going to let the market maker like murder them there, right? You have to call BlackRock to dump it? Why would I do that? I just bought calls. Microsoft 35 DTE 280p. You think you'll be in the money in 5 days? Double check the data. Man, there's 2.2 million call gamma at 4160. And 1.6 million at 4150. And it just went up again. Are we gonna see 41.25 before the end of day before end of day Monday? Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen going into Monday. Like just over the all kinds of shit can happen over the weekend. And I'll have some idea based on positioning tonight, right? I could look now and see, kind of take a look at what Monday's positioning is looking like or shaping up to be. Let's see what 5-1 looks like. Are we gonna see 41 280 not in the money in 5 days? Maybe 290, add another week of theta. Okay. I mean, I don't know if Microsoft's the thing I'd pick to bet against, but it's an option. Still a lot of call interest on Monday, although it's falling off a bit. Some bearish news will definitely come. Probably. FRC drama over the weekend. I'm calling it now. That seems most likely right now. I don't think FRC is being seized by the government. I think the government already said they weren't, like, the Fed's not going to bail them out. And if you mean seized by FDIC, they haven't become insolvent yet, as far as I know, but they're very close. I just watched an analyst on Yahoo Finance blame FRC's demise straight up on Yellen and Powell. Your thoughts? I mean, there's a case to be made that you could blame the Fed. I mean, the Fed's not bailing them out, so. But should they? I think that's a better question. Should the Fed be bailing them out? No, I don't think so. Do you think 50 BPS is possible for the FOMC decision? I don't know how heavily they're gonna weigh the advanced GDP data. Um I don't think 50 BPS is out of the question, but it creates debt risk. You run into we start pushing higher faster right now, and um I mean, not only would it advance the current banking contagion, but um that would really put a strain on the Treasury General account. I mean, like, which is not filling up very quickly, if anyone's noticed. Like, no one's paying their taxes this year. So most likely 20, I think the most likely outcomes for the Fed meeting are going to be 25 BPS. Um continued huh, would they? Yeah, I think continued emphasis on no turnaround, right? Sorry, I'm writing this. I can't see what I'm writing. Yeah, continued emphasis on no turnaround, and then, like, it's possible. Actually, I think it's a little more than possible, but that they raise the target rate. Like if inflation was declining month over month, I think they would stick to the we're just going to hold at the target rate narrative. Right? But because inflation's increasing month over month, I think they need to raise the target rate because they need the flexibility for more rate increases in the future. I don't think they're gonna hamstring themselves by leaving the target rate flat. Target rate, terminal rate, yeah, same shit. So yeah, they're going because 0.25 puts us at the terminal rate. What should he actually do? I mean, he should probably fucking just do like 100 BPS rate increase and fucking break everything that's gonna break so we can move on. If they don't talk about raising the target rate, this thing's gonna explode. Do you agree? No. Even a 0.25 rate increase is gonna expose more banking issues and liquidity problems, right? And probably quickly. I mean, they did 0.25 SVB and Signature failed, right? They did another 2.5 and now FRC's failing. They do 0.25 more. US Bank Corp's gonna fail, right? Like none of that's getting better. And the discount window is still closing, right? So the futures liquidity that they're using to pump, like the liquidity they're using to pump futures, is dwindling. Like notionally, these moves over the last 2 days are significantly lower volume and cost than they were, back in March, and even lower than they were, back in Jan and Feb. All their depositors are running for money market accounts. Like where are they going to get their on like risk on capital from? They can't pull money out of repo, right? Because they need to maintain that 5% rate. So the liquidity crunch is coming. I mean, regardless. Actually, you could argue it's already here. I mean, we've got another bank failure on our hands, right? Jinx. Great minds, Dork. The rest of the world also isn't trying to play the let the US dollar fuck them for another year game. I mean, the US dollar is going to continue to fuck the rest of the world. But even if they don't like it. Come on, bulls. Why are you being so skittish? Pump this shit. Let's go. Wieners. Hurry, everyone. Go FOMO into top and hope the Chinese billionaires launder more money. Is it doing that thing where it like halts every 5 seconds while they trade insider shares? Like what was the other one? HBM or whatever it was. Play the bear song so it reps. Gee, I don't know why bulls are skittish. You know, FRC is failing. Amazon CFO basically said economy is fuck. This is all super bullish, and they should just be risking on. What gives? Jay West, thank you so much, man. Did you actually want to say something there, or just want to get rid of the notification? When China invades Taiwan, a U.S.-led coalition counter-invades the CCP. How low do you expect viewership to drop due to them getting drafted? I don't know. I mean, that would just be like a proxy war, right? Like we would just, give weapons and shit to the Taiwanese government and HKD. Thank you, Mr. Poopy Pants. GDP contracting before inflation is decreasing is the Fed's nightmare, right? Yes. But I don't know. Remember, there's 3 GDP reports, right? We only have the advance. So the advance report looks really bad. And extremely stagflationary, right? But there's 2 more, right? There's a intermediate and a final report. So I don't know if the Fed will make a decision based on this. If the Fed does make a decision based on this, then 0.5 might be possible. Oh, you didn't want me to say stagflation, Dork? You should have told me. I just smugged everywhere. The majestic stagflation. $41.50 buying going up. Man, I'm gonna get a little bullish here. Federal Reserve should have an alert system that sends out notifications whenever JPOW buys a put or a call. They're not trading anymore. They already sold the top in 2021. That's when you know the bottom's in, when they allow themselves to buy stocks again. My favorite part about all this bullshit is we have hours of videos documenting our thoughts on these prints, and we haven't waffled like those bitches El Arian and Rubini. It's true. I think we need to make the world of macroeconomics more confrontational, Dork. Like, let's go on CNBC and call out other economists. I'm so fucking down. Like, can I get on CNBC and just be like, hey, Dalio, what the fuck, man? China's done nothing but go down. You schedule 1v1s with macroeconomists on CNBC. I'd watch that. You need to invite them to collab stream. Netflix 328s. Boring. Wouldn't be able to invite them on the stream because they know they'd get wrecked. It's gonna be like Lauer all over again. I'll be like, I'll shampoo you. Just come on the stream. No. Dahlia said it's time to buy gold bullion today. Oh, good. That was on JPM publicly saying SPX will hit 3,500 by early summer. Should I bank with them harder? I stopped because they were spamming me with Maserati offers. Maybe they're on my side. Maybe. The enemy of your enemy, right, Lawrence? Did you be on panels? 2552 lots, standing limit order ES 4132. All right. I'm still on the menu for SPX till people stop buying calls. Welcome to our new segment, The Invisible Hand That Fists You. This week we have an internet pickle versus Charlie Munger. They really, really, really want those 4160s to go in the money. Yes, yes, they do. And they will pay lots of money for it to happen. They might also get rug pulled again. Imagine calling yourself quality journalism when your explanation for no news, 1000% run after hours on top is meme traders on Wall Street bets. I mean, you can't use the real answer, which is money laundering to get money out from under the hands of the CCP, right? At least not on any Chinese owned news networks. All of them? All of them. They have to have a stake in all of them, right? This is why they don't play Winnie the Pooh on TV anymore. Gap, 1,800 corporate positions. Dropbox, 16% of all employees. Bullish for employment and bullish for the markets. Well, I mean, inflation will come down. People won't be able to buy anything anymore after they run out of severance. I wish somebody would tell me that this isn't just the dot-com bubble all over again. Don't forget that we went into 2008 full bull as well. Actually, the market goes into every crash full bull. I remember COVID, like the COVID crash was like, no, all the cases are really isolated to small areas. We'll have this under control in no time. It's not going to spread across the country at all. Markets just kept going up and up and up and up. And they're like, oh, think about how much money and like medical care and I mean, we talked about this back in oh shit, what, October, January? Every market crash has been preceded by pump. Every single one. Which means that informed investors know it's going to crash and retail just gets left holding the bag while mainstream media tells them buy, 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 right? Market cannot be full bull until Pickle Jar is bullish. Pickle Jar won't be bullish until Gurk is bullish. Kirk being bearish is propping up the market right now. Joke's on them. This time, retail has no money. The consumer confidence report would like a word. So, since the market's forward looking, is every market crash just pricing in the next market crash? Whoa. Yes, actually. I mean, the buying is, right? They're saying the next market crash won't go as low. Like anybody who bought the bottom of the COVID crash was like, no crash ever again will drop the price of these stocks this low. And that's usually true. The next market crash is just a higher low, yeah. I wonder who will buy Bye Bye Baby. Isn't it the most profitable part of the business? It's already like owned by their debt holders. Weird that outlets owned by billionaires who also happen to own much of the stock market would ever be dishonest about the financial markets. I know, it's really strange. Hear me out. If FRC keeps dropping like this, their market cap becomes so low, it's no longer systemically as important, right? False. You're forgetting about their assets. Their assets are what matters, not their fucking stock price. I sadly need to sell some QQQ for a down payment on a house. Do you think I should sell today or around 2 p.m. ish or wait for next week? It sounds like I should sell today. I mean, I can't tell you when to sell your stocks. I can say that we are very near a local high here. Um, so, I mean, can it go higher? Yeah. I think that's maybe something to take into consideration. There's a lot of potential volatility next week with the Fed meeting. No, the assets didn't leave. They've got they've got more than $100 billion in assets. If we have a correction that falls below COVID levels, will that instill peak fear and drag the market even more, right? It could, yeah. I mean, that's a big stretch. Yeah, they haven't even started selling their assets yet. I just walked through some already abandoned BBBY and Bye Bye Baby stores to look at putting some profitable companies in their place. Should we tell the sub? You could try. They're not going to listen to you. I don't know when they start selling their assets. I assume when they realize they're not when they've exhausted all avenues of being bailed out. Market goes into every crash full bull, so it's like that Keanu Reeves movie where the bus is speeding and can't stop until but crashes onto the street and Keanu kisses Sandra Bullock. Okay. Speed? Any OI changes on SPX? More 4160 buying. This push is not as strong. Bulls are being a little more skittish because they got slaughtered earlier. It's getting close, Dork. I wish it'd stop dropping so my call could go up. The bus that couldn't slow down. Do you have FRC puts? No. There we go. I know Lily's at a 52-week high. That's why I've been shorting it. Hear me out. You walk into FRC HQ with $1 and buy it the same way it happened to Bearings. Pickle Jar just gets accounts and wealth management at your bank. I'd probably need a lot of capital to do that. Far more than I have. Even $100 billion of assets at a discount is still not cheap. How much would you have been up if you rolled the credits into FRC puts? I don't want to talk about it. It's okay. I made good money on it. I'm not going to complain. Look it up. Bearing Story UK. I'll check it out. If they can pump it over 4160, do you think we see call capitulation? And the short calls? Those are a bit higher. God damn motherfucker. Ah, whatever. Hmm. 4150 selling off. Yeah, profit's profit. I'm I'm not pissed about it. Well, not really. Hmm. I feel like futures is gonna pump one more time. Won't the future sellers stick around to fuck the bulls again today? It seems obvious they're gonna try to push up again. Possibly. When did the irresponsible bank stop YOLOing zero TTs? I mean, as long as it remains a profitable endeavor, there's no reason to stop. Is the Microsoft 265p for my strangle that expires today safe? It's never going to make, I mean, it's safe from profits. Why do you care? Didn't you make money on the calls? Who gives a shit? Where's the upside on futures? 4190? Like 41, like 4200. You still feel like there's a rug at some point today? No. I mean, we got rugged earlier. I don't know if it's going to rug again. That's awfully wishful thinking. Uh, 65, 70. Hmm. VIX under 16. Tesla 4170 to test the previous high on 418. I don't think it's out of the question. There's enough call interest. Are they just trying to get out of 4160s, 50s or 60s? What's causing the roller coaster here? Well, they were trying to get out of 4160s and 65s earlier, and then futures sold off really hard. And so now they're trying again. Do you see a realistic chance for the upside to continue next week before FOMC? I think we're getting pretty close to finding a top here. It's not too dissimilar from our previous top. A little lower, I guess. Do you think the human species makes it off this rock or kills itself? Probably kills itself. Are you seeing any longer dated put action? With VIX dropping this much, I'm assuming someone is selling puts out there somewhere. I mean, they're selling a lot of puts. Seeking Alpha just posted an article saying the Fed could go to 5.75. Like the rate to 5.75? So you think the Fed's going to do a 0.75? That's what they're calling for? A 0.75 increase? Oh, 3 hikes. Why sell puts if things are bearish? You sell puts to buy calls. Yeah, that seems a bit extreme. Do you have a time frame for the downside of Docu to be realized? I already closed my puts on that. They went up a bunch on like Wednesday. I'm either gonna be really happy I got stopped out here or really pissed. Have you looked at CMA at all? Didn't they already report? Yeah, I thought they reported already. Is there a broker you found to be best for spreads? I mean, I like IBKR and WeBull a lot. Those are the ones I primarily trade off of. Have we hit the top on SPX? I don't know. There's still room to the upside, but it's not being realized right now. Anyone have any chat have any success in getting TOS TD to come down on commissions fees? I know Fidelity will. If you trade a lot or, well, if you have a lot of money with them. Mm, more pumping? Volume's pretty dry. Midday is going to be boring. Or they're going to use the low volume period to drive prices higher. VIX sub 16. I just got some 517 $17 calls. Okay. I mean, GME volume's high enough now that it's probably resolved all the FTDs for today. So, yeah, I wouldn't imagine there's a lot of upside left. Let me see what it looks like on the 15. Looks like they got plenty of liquidity, so. Hmm. Um. Let's see if they stuff any more market. They'll probably stuff more market upside at this point. Is there still economic data coming out today? I think so, but nothing important, right? I think just like the rig count or something like Baker Hughes, some oil shit. Monday we have global PMI, manufacturing PMI, manufacturing employment, and then the 3 and 6 month auctions. Why are markets so bullish? I mean, they're not, right? It's just relative, and you're looking at the 1 minute. If anything, the market's stagnant. It's just very volatile within that price range. Yeah, everyone's surprised we're up 200 BPS, but over the last week we dropped 300. So it's I ruled June 400p to July 390 for $1.90 a premium differential. Not bad for that much theta. Yeah, that's not bad at all. GM on Lily is like 411, I think, or it was 411 yesterday. $413. It's not like a short-term play. I have a couple short-term puts on it, but I'll probably buy more as it goes up. But it's like a June play. Are you familiar with Churchill Downs? Just keeps going up. No open interest on the chain though. Yeah, it's just like a big defensive stock. Their last earnings were really good, if I remember. They do like horse racing and shit. Horse racing and like horse betting. That sounds just degenerate enough to survive a recession. I think I'm not sure if they do the Kentucky Derby. They have casinos too. Chipotle all-time high win puts. I don't know if I'd get any on that. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so SPX break up here. Hmm. What if it gets fucking rugged again, though? I don't think it does. I think they get the pump. Once the 4160 sell off, do you see it dropping back under 4150 end of day? It could. I mean, there's no reason for the 4150s to sell off, though, if they can stay in the money, right? I wouldn't bet on the downside of this right now. Not on the intraday. I mean, like, long dated puts are cheap right now because VIX is fucking rock bottom, but on the intraday it seems risky to bet on more downside. Seven, five. Okay, 60 is not going anywhere. 4115. Okay. If the call holders are desperate for all the cash they can get, not saying they are, but smokes tinfoil. What do you call it when a bear flag flags for an hour and 15 minutes? I mean, I don't think it's a bear flag once it breaks the previous resistance, right? Cool stop hunt. Yeah, the stop hunts have been fucking crazy. Like they don't look huge on the price, but on the contracts they've been nuts. Are you getting GME calls next week? No. I'll just sell covered calls. I don't really have any reason to buy calls. I don't think it's gonna go up that much. A few bucks. That was Kendra or Pencil. 4180 test rejected. Hmm. That's fine. The stop was close. What's up, Dork? Check out Dixie chart. Double bottom? The Fed just going to do 0.75 to bring the dollar back up? I think it fails and the market gets really sad. It could spike and the market will get really sad too. What did I miss on FRC? I have no idea. I'm not really paying that close of attention to it. Hmm. This could fail here. Maybe? Do we get like another big futures dump? We got rejected off 4180. But none of the calls are selling off. 4150 puts are coming in pretty heavily though. Weird shaped head and shoulders. Yeah, I mean like a descending one. Do you think FRC is big enough to be a real contagion threat to the rest of the market? I mean, they have a lot of assets, so potentially. They're not small. There's a reason the big banks tried to bail them out. It wasn't out of the kindness of their hearts. You know what's weird about today's pump is that yields are way the fuck down and treasuries are up, and then the market's rising. And treasuries are up 100 BPS today after so they've fully recovered their drop from yesterday. Like T-bill futures. Oil's up a little bit, which helps, but it doesn't like prop SPY up. FRC has 105 billion in underwater bond assets that they'll have to dump on the market. Yeah, and if that's not enough to stabilize them, they have even more they have to dump, right? Well, VIX is rising, so yeah, it would make sense that puts on SPY are going up in price. Thanks, Nunchuck Nutsack. I mean, yields dropping and treasury prices rising generally means that people are fleeing equities, right? So people are buying bonds. That drives yields down and the price of bonds up. Do normal healthy markets have their indices wildly swinging 2% intraday? They shouldn't. What exactly is holding the market up besides futures? I mean, derivatives across the board, right? It's not just futures. I mean, it's futures, it's zero DTEs, it's calls on big tech because like it would be really inefficient to just try to target one specific derivative, right? Because what you can do is you can buy like out of the money calls on everything, pump the indices, and then the rollover from ETFs will continue to pump, right? The FDIC will just take over their assets and never sell them. Hashtag not easing. Exactly. Thanks again for reading the names out loud. No problem, Space Banana. Top Shelf, good time to start opening upstart CSPs. Maybe some today, early next week. I have some open on it right now. I'm still targeting that lower range around like 13 to 1250. But I'm pretty happy getting assigned under 14. What do you think of IBM at the moment? Nothing. They exist. I mean, I think that's all IBM's really done for the last 10 years. I mean, we saw them deflate a little bit over the last week, right? I don't think that. I thought they got. I thought they said they weren't going to put them into receivership. And the Fed was like cutting off their access to additional funding as well. I mean, it's hard to tell because at this point it's all just rumors, right? Or sources close to the action. I watched Jersey Girl yesterday just because Liv Tyler was on the cover. I liked it more than I'd like to admit. You just admitted that you liked it more than you would. All right. Has this market bump made you target any particular put opportunities, such as Meta or Microsoft? I mean, I'm short Nvidia. I was short FSLR. I was short Tesla. Um, I'm probably going to short Tesla again. I'm short Baba right now. I'm sort of short Amazon. I'm short. Well, I have a few shorts on Netflix. Um, Anything else? What else am I short on? I'm short Visa, although that one's getting kind of close to bouncing back. I think that's about it. Oh, I have puts on AMD as well. And Lily. That's all of them, I think. Another serious note, what other macroeconomic events could potentially prove bearish for the markets besides the Fed increasing terminal rates? There's still risk with Japan and their treasuries. There's obviously continued risk in the banking sector. Probably not too much for EU right now. Any escalation of the Russia-Ukraine war presents a risk. Any escalation of China and Taiwan presents a risk. Any additional cuts to oil by OPEC is a risk right now. Yeah, natural gas prices could rise. I think we could just say energy in general, right? I don't even think we need to focus just on natural gas. Because oil or natural gas, both would be bad. I just kind of wonder if the nail in the coffin is going to be these companies doing share offerings. It's got to be coming, right? Like Meta's already promised a $30 billion share buyback that they don't have the money for on hand. So I wonder if that'll start the chain reaction. But they're all overvalued. They know they're overvalued and they know their earnings are contracting, right? So it's only a matter of time before they dilute. Because if they're going to survive the contraction, they're going to want the excess capital, right? Debt-based share buybacks. What could possibly go wrong? BBBY? But like, here's my problem with that. Is the market so irrational that has to be the indicator, right? Because that's really bad. That's like .com levels of enthusiasm, right? And I would have believed that in 2021. But now I feel like something's probably going to happen before that starts to happen. That'll follow up and create more panic, right? But shareholders, I mean, if you're buying a company that's trading, at 150 PE, right? And on the 30% year over year declining revenues, the chances of dilution are sky high. I mean, you might not see it out of the companies that are cash rich, but most of them aren't, right? And you have very few of these like big mega caps are cash rich right now. And Microsoft's pretty stable, maybe Apple, Google. That's about it. I mean, even Amazon's relatively cash poor. Nvidia already went out like right on the pump and got a extra $10 billion, right? How much cash does Meta have? I'm not sure on their updated report. I'd have to take a look. Do we have the Q1 for Meta? Like 14 billion on well 40 billion on 2022, end of 2022. But what would it look like this quarter? Lots of CMBS reaching maturity in the near term. Yeah, that's true. Especially into the second half of this year. It's not a ton of cash, and also Meta's cash was down end of 2020. I know end of 2022, Meta's cash was down like 15% year over year, and the prior year it was down 22%. I know in like 2020 they had like $60 billion or something like that. But 30 billion's promised to a share buyback, right? So they're really not sitting on a ton of cash. How are futures looking? Like they're slowly rejecting off 4080. 4180, sorry. Volumes dwindling and prices pulling away, so I think we might be starting to see a breakdown. Why is Jimmy's volume drier than my ex's mustache? I mean, they're done with like the ETF FTDs, right? So just flat now. If the market tanks, it'll drop. They'll use the liquidity to offset internalization, but if the market's gonna stay up, then it's just gonna stay flat. I can't sell cover calls on Bobby. I don't own any shares. Would the next round of earnings be also bearish? The market seemed to be inversely proportional to the quarter one 2023 earnings contraction. A couple of them raised their forward guidance, so if they were to miss on that, that would be very bearish. Like Meta's running because they raised their forward guidance. That's a big part of why Meta went up. They'd be issuing shares to do a buyback at a much cheaper price, right? I'm bullish on Amazon, not in the near term, but long term. Yeah, I'd buy Amazon later on. I have kind of like a low target where I'd be interested in buying it. What about my beloved Crocs? I mean, as long as they keep selling injection molded rubber to people for, 1,000% markups, I think they'll do fine. Although Crocs are kind of like a fad right now. I'm sure that won't last, given how ugly they are. I see the cat recovered from its weird drop after earnings. Do you see it tracking with the market today and in general? Thanks. I mean, I'm not playing cat right now. It's really not in a very good range to trade it. I mean, you might have some success, but it's risky. I don't think Crocs have been around for 2 decades. Uh, I mean, based on SPX's like skew over the next 30 days, most of the sold call positions are between like 41.65 and 42, like 42 like 42.80. At 42.25. The biggest positions right now, like a month out, are 41.70 through 41.85 and 42.05 through 42.25. Although that whole range has like a lot of sold call positions. Why are people here talking about Crocs though? Was that Piggleswick? No, they've just been doing really well for the last couple of years. Crocs company is 21 years old. Huh. Time flies. What the heck was that on the SPX 1 minute candle on TradingView? Well, it looks like an order filled at 41.27.17. I'd be okay with that. Yes, please. I swear to God, if Black Monday is next week while you're on vacation, Dork. Seriously, just like March 2022. You mentioned Tesla has its ETF FTDs next week. I'm underwater on my puts. Expires June 16th. What fucking strike do you have that you're underwater? Tesla's down like 20% since the end of March. How do these things happen? Just like March 2022? Fucking goddamn. You know what you need to do, Doric? You just need to cut family out of your life and vacations. This is the true path to the dark side. I got some 310p and 300p for QQQ. 630, just curious your thoughts. PT of 290 by end of May is my thought. Hmm. PT 290 by end of May? That's a big dump in tech you're looking for. I guess you have time. It could be not that bad. 155 strike. I bought a couple days ago. Oh, okay. I mean, I probably would have cut them and waited to reposition, but since you've chosen not to, I don't know. Can you average down? Uh, Upside resistance at like 168, 176. There's an upside gap and a downside gap. I don't know which one I'll fill first. They're both pretty big. Tesla fell pretty hard over the last month though, so its ETF FTDs might be a little more substantial. But I would look towards the end of that period to average down or pull back and wait till that period to reposition. Any idea what would show up on TradingView but not Fidelity or something else? I don't know. TradingView's data is moderate, like pretty incomplete sometimes. I would say that some exchange printed that order, but it's probably not one that WeBull or Fidelity track because we're not seeing it on those. Yeah, no problem. Two scoop. $400p May 19 on Lily regarded. I mean the May puts on Lily are risky. Lily can stay in its upper range for a little while before dropping. Um, but the closer to the money you can get them, the better they are. What are your thoughts on May 5th SPX puts? Too soon? Hmm. I mean, you're just betting on the Fed meeting making everything go south. Or Apple earnings being really bad. It's not a lot of time. I mean, I'm sure at some point I'll own May 5th SPX puts, but I mean, even my like overnight straddles are farther dated than that right now. Don't you ever leave to go to the bathroom on stream? How do you do it? Catheter? I go to the bathroom at the beginning of the day. You see my message about someone selling a $3 put on FRC for $310? Because I'm still in awe. I didn't. That's lucky. And a 0.25 increase is still an increase. It's not bullish. If I start to see, yeah, dump into close. If I start to see money flowing back into equities and bullish things, then I will assume that the market is turning around. Right now, everyone's money is going into money market accounts, right? While the Fed continues to quantitatively tighten. So, no, None of the money is there, right? That's the biggest issue with the bull market case. There's a lot of money in derivatives, there's a lot of pump, but it's not substantial. I think the longer term bull case is we continue to chop somewhere between like 4,200 and 3,600 on SPX for the next few months until inflation gets under control, and the Fed starts to pull back rates. At which point we'll probably already be in a deflationary environment. Fuck, I forgot I had these. And we'll probably get a correction off of that, but the recovery from that would probably be fine. I think we're still about, even in the best case scenarios, I think we're still about a year out from any like actual bull market. Tenders of theta enough to capture FOMC price action. Looking at May 9, SPY 415p. You want to buy those this week? You know, the Fed fucking thing isn't until next Wednesday, right? Does SLD have the same effect in a bull market? It did, yeah. The effect of SLD is due to the effect of over leveraging. It is not really about whether we're in a bull or a bear market. This preemptive bull market buying. Uh, how likely do you think we'll see SPX 4000 before May 19? Why does everyone do this? Stop asking me odds. We have the fucking Fed meeting in between now and then, and I have no idea what the outcome of that's going to be. The market's bouncing around in like a 200 BPS range for the last 4 weeks. Bit of an idiotic question. Is there any probability of the Fed hiking next week, but providing further liquidity, citing bank issues, or potential FDIC takeover of FRC just like SVB? I mean, FRC already made use of the federal backstop, right? And I don't think the Fed's gonna come out with any more liquidity for the banks. FDIC taking over FRC would not be uh bullish in any way. Based on your bull thesis, our next few months of puts could get toasted. How? We'd still drop from the highs. We're not just gonna stay at 4,200. Yeah, but I don't care about your positions. That's the thing. Maybe that's something you guys need to understand. Maybe this hasn't been made clear. I don't give a fuck what you buy. I don't care when you buy it, how you buy it, or how you manage it. You have the analysis. Do with it what you will. The market's volatile right now. Go with the flow or fight back against it. It's up to you. He's just saying that, guys. He cares. He really cares deep down. I really don't. If you're overextended, fix the problem with your portfolio. Don't fucking ask me. Looking at the 6-month chart, SPX is looking pretty bullish. What are you just like trying to find the most bullish chart? Look, does it look bullish on the 1 year? How do I ban you? The market's volatile right now, but VIX is below 17. Crime? Seriously though, is put volume picking up? I mean, as long as it doesn't pick up in the range that the VIX tracks, then the VIX would be unaffected, right? One year chart looks like SPX has bottomed and is curling up. Okay. SPX breaking down here. A little bit. I think futures just got rejected again. Yeah, 41.85. Although the 41.80 rejection just led into it climbing back up again. So, I mean, unless this gets momentum, it's meaningless. Are you trying to do TA on the 6 and 12-month candles for the S&P 500? Yeah. That's what's happening right now. Look at the yesterday and today chart. SPX is looking pretty bullish. You mean, what about the 2 days before that, Tim? I mean, I love how realistic Girk is. All these people clawing onto copium and hoping Girks text them in at night need to go to other garbage stock YouTubers. We're lucky to have someone who's real. I mean, it's I can't. I have no ability to manage anybody's position. So if you're underwater and you feel like you fucked up, you probably have. Fix it. Don't cling on to some hope that it's gonna fucking bail you out in the future. The macroeconomic data looks bad. We're running into a Fed meeting that could definitely shift the course of the market, riding off of the back of what is just yet another 2-day fucking pump, built entirely on futures buying and zero DTE calls. Have they lasted in the past? Am I the only person here capable of looking at a fucking chart? I mean, I feel like there's some things that I don't need to be asked. I'm not saying that there's dumb questions. There aren't, but like, at least do some fucking due diligence up front, right? Before trying to look to me to get hopium for your position. I mean, the market started pumping, so I started buying calls yesterday. I bought calls all day today. I bought calls all day yesterday. You capture all the upside that you can, and then you figure out what to do after the fact, right? I feel attacked. No, you're not worth attacking, Mr. Gold. But like see, Yaga, that's the thing, is like that's your decision, right? Like you've got to execute that decision. You can't just, be like, what if maybe, and no. Sometimes it's very important that you just take the loss, reposition, and move on. Clinging to the hope of what if will destroy your portfolio. This is one of the biggest problems with social media and investing. They don't work well together because people in social environments tend to be attracted to the group's line of thinking. And in investing, and especially trading, the majority is usually wrong. That's why, like, if there was ever a squeeze on GME, I was going to shut down the Discord, because the only thing you would have gotten from the Discord is incorrect sentiment, right? Like, you're just going to be influenced by what other people think, and other people are usually idiots. It's better to have your own plan and execute that plan without any additional outside input. But I mean, every one of these pumps, everyone's reacted the same way, right? It's been the exact same thing every fucking time. I mean, we can just like go back on the SPX chart and look at all of them. And there've been so many, right? There was Fab, where everyone was freaking out because it hadn't dropped by the first day of SLD. And then this was the first bull market, and then this was the next bull market, and then this was a bull market, and this is a bull market, and this is a bull market, and this was a fucking bull market. This was a bull market. Every single fucking time, over and over and over and over again. At what point do you stop going, okay, there's no bullishness here? Like, we're not even at the same fucking high we were at 3 weeks ago. And we've already lost the bull side momentum. The problem is the down part, it happens fast, and you have to take profits. It's still an index. And it's still an index of the 500, like, arguably best companies in the world, right? So its natural movement is always up. There's always, people are always going to be depositing their 401ks every fucking week, regardless of what happens. 5 to 10% of all their paychecks are going to get pumped right in here. So, when we get a drop, like, we got through Opex and the SLD period, right? This was our SLD high. If you'd bought puts anywhere in this range, You know, those puts would have experienced 250 basis points of downside. You don't keep them. You don't pile into more puts here and get greedy. You take profit and you reposition, which is what all the other bears did. And then we rallied, right? And then when we're done rallying, you know, you can look for an opportunity to buy puts again. That's trading. It's opening and closing positions. You buy or sell high and buy or sell low, right? My problem is I rolled where I should have taken profits and waited, but I have June 19s, so I'm okay with that because I think we're about at the top. Yeah, and so then you can, you know, if you have theta, you can use that time to average down, you can hedge, you know. Like if you're going to go short down here, right? You can sell, you know, shorter dated contracts. You can sell short puts as well, right? And you create like a spread. And then at the top, you can close your short puts. And then you just have puts open, except they were free. Or mostly free, right? Remember on Wednesday when I asked if we would pump by the end of the week? I'm one happy clam right now because I got my opportunity to buy back in with theta. Of course, OFC feels good, man. I mean, it pumped. No, no, I wasn't fully focused on your initial question, Yaga. I was just pissed off at everyone. You just happened to be like the 30th person that asked me the odds of the market going down by a specific date. And the problem with that is we could go down the day after, like we could go down Monday, right? We could go right the fuck back down to where we were by Monday at market open, right? And then, you know, we could be down at like 3900 by the fucking Fed meeting, and then we could bounce all the way back to 4200 long before May 19th. And one of these days, we're bound to like walk out of something like this happy. I just don't know when it'll be. I mean, I know a lot of people made money on this drop, but it should have just been everyone, right? Like this whole period was just positioning for this downside, right? And then it's like every time it's like 40% of people that actually realize the downside, and then the rest get greedy and don't take profits or roll profits forward into even more downside. I mean, you don't increase risk when you're winning like that, right? You want to like it makes sense if you like pull back some puts, right? You take some profits and then leave some runners and you lose on your runners and like okay, that sucks, right? But, you know, like closing your whole position here and then doubling down here, that's fucking terrible. I mean, there's entropy in a market too, right? Like you're not gonna have a continued move down that just lasts forever. Eventually, it's going to pull back. 40% in profit is kind of high for a lot of traders on average. I think we're spoiled. All of us are spoiled. We're spoiled from 2021. We're spoiled from the downturns in 2022. In a healthy market, you're not making fucking 200% gains on 0DTs on SPX every day. This is happening because the market's fucked up. I agreed. A bunch of spoiled brats, a lot of them. And look at Gaff over here, piling all his wealth into Cardano, only making 1% a year. You should be so lucky. Are you seeing any bearish buildup for today yet? No. Which I feel like I tried to make clear earlier. Let me make it even more clear. No. No one's buying puts. The only puts are at 41.50. And those will only print if all the calls sell off before the end of the day. So they're just gambling. Or they're sold. A market crash is it's luck, right? So all you can do is be prepared for one. You can't guarantee one is going to happen. It's a black swan event, right? It should theoretically never happen or happen all the time. Depends on which theory you want to follow. Aren't we right above the calls? No. There's calls at 41.70 and 41.75. I mean, I get gamma like every minute. OI, I mean, you don't get like actual OI updates intraday. Unless you have like market maker data. $41.50 puts sold to pay for the calls. Yeah. Yeah, nothing's changed. I mean, once the brunt of that call position is in the money, it's never going to give up because SPX is cash settled, right? So they're just going to sit there until close. Unless something pressures them, like earlier where we got that sell-off in futures. That's the only thing that's going to make them close those positions. I mean, it's like per request. It racks up really fast. What? I thought the 741 ice cream cone tweet was about the impending crash brought on by the huge $100 million investment from a single activist investor 3 years ago, but meh, 20 shares. Fair enough. If only you had 80 more, you could have paid for the 20. Is the market pumping to pay for Evergrande? My GME May 19, 2250, 25s are below 85%. I'm closing today. I'm just wondering if we expect it to drop below 19 end of day. Only if the market drops. Otherwise, I think it stays right where it is for the most part. I agree with most of the rant. The market has been irrational the last 2 months, and it's hard to take profits on positions when everything is flashing more bearish signs. But that's just like, so you're just saying it's hard to take profits when you're greedy? It is. But at least take some profits, right? Like yeah, when you're looking at a position like a put position like that and it's printing and everything's looking even more bearish, you can still like take some money off the table, right? And then be like, okay, and then we'll see where the rest of this bearish shit goes, right? Instead of I mean, and currently the biggest problem seem to be people taking all the money off the table and then buying even more puts, right? It's like doubling down on their bearishness, or not taking any money off the table and then not hedging anything after the fact. Like these zero DTE like futures based pumps should not be a surprise anymore. There was a point in time where they were surprising. We shouldn't be surprised by them anymore. Thanks for the insight with Upstart. I got my cost basis down to 1306. I'm going to open up some 13s for May. Some 13 what's for May. In a small account, when you only have single options, it's hard psychologically to take profit because you have to close the position, but that's what you have to do sometimes. Yeah. Uh, Also, people need to not overextend so much in a small account. You know, there's people who are like, oh, I have a $5,000 account, but I also have 5 puts on SPX. And that's, you've overextended massively. Like, everyone wants leverage, but increased leverage is increased risk. And a lot of people need to be focusing on position management, not making more money. Like if you have a $5,000 account and you can make $400 on a contract, you're fucking killing it. This is amazing. What's up, man? You don't need to make you don't need to double your $5,000 port in a day. It's far more valuable to make $100 a day on your $5,000 port and manage a small position correctly than it is for you to double your $5,000 portfolio every week. Because what'll happen is you'll double it once, right? Or not at all, right? And then you'll just fucking lose everything because you try to do the same thing twice. This YOLO shit should not be the goal. This isn't fucking Wall Street bets. If you got a job that pays 200 grand a year and you want to try to blow up $2,000 a week, no one's going to stop you, right? But otherwise, focus on incremental gains over time. If you've got $5,000 and you've got one SPX put or call or one SPY, you shouldn't even have SPX if you have 5 grand or 10 grand. Um, if you have like one SPY call, one SPY position that you're managing, and managing it properly hedging it, spreading it where you need to offset theta decay, taking profits when they're available, you're managing your portfolio properly, right? Then when you've learned to do that on one contract, then try to do it on two. I think I have a gambling problem. You might. You guys are. No. You guys are way better than most people that ever try to do this. Most people take 10 grand, they throw it in the market, they lose it all in 2 weeks, and they never touch it again. The fact that some of you have been in here for a year and a half, 2 years, shows that you're far better than most, right? Or at least you have enough disposable income to keep the train rolling. Well, that's your fault. Maybe. But you've got to eliminate that excess risk. Because it's so apparent when everyone gets burned, right? And it's always the same shit. Making a lot of assumptions about me, Pickle. You don't know me. I'm only on the market for the extra kava cash. Meanwhile, you haven't shilled a single thing today. Thoughts on selling 616, 350 CSP on UVXY with this low volatility climate? Hmm. I don't like the amount of theta on that. Isn't UVXY gonna split soon? You should probably look up when they're gonna reverse split again before you consider that. It's a 6%. Yeah, it doesn't seem worthwhile. It's like a 6% yield on a fund with volatility decay. People should use the donation indicator. When I start seeing people thanking you, I sell my position. SPX seems pretty dead right now. I mean, it's not. It's just grinding ever upward, very slowly. Can you draw a line on Nvidia so it keeps going down? But it's not going down. Not today. You didn't know I'm transitioning out of the shill space. It's crowded. I decided I might start wearing shirts with AA's face on it and throwing stale popcorn at people randomly. Okay. That's worked out for a few people, actually. You might do well. Can we add how to manage a spy position to the list of school stock videos that are never going to see the light of day? Sure. You want to own 100 UVXY shares? I mean, the chances of assignment are pretty slim, but I told you guys Upstart was going to drop, and now everyone's like, Upstart's dropping. How could this happen? Ooh, nice. I like that price. Hmm. Could they be covering GME ETF FTDs early, or is that not a thing? It's usually not a thing. I mean, they covered GME FTDs today. It seemed like in a timely fashion. We had a nice little sustained pump through the morning. There's more of them on Monday. I'm calling it 4,000 on SPX by next Friday. I can't see JPOW saying anything super bullish. In other news, you want to buy some ADA? God damn it, Gaff. How reliable is looking at the options chain on Fidelity to gauge fluctuations in put and call interest? I'm trying to remember how much data they actually track. It's probably not terrible. Lowered my GME cost basis by $2, selling more on any pump next week. I'm trying to get it under 20 by end of year from 35. Doable? I mean, depends on how much GME pumps before the end of the year. At 28 now, late to the CC game. Now I just don't care about assignment. I mean, it's not impossible. It'd be a lot better if GME still had the price volatility that it used to have. But you might be able to be successful. Keep the verbal beatdowns coming. This is why I listen all day. The verbal lashings will continue until morale improves. I mean, morale's only up when everybody's calls are printing. Hey Gurk, or Putz. Hey Gurk, little Gurk is homesick with me today. Can we try to PGify our swears in as comedic a way as possible? Do you own headphones? Can you talk more about Nvidia long-term thesis? Has it changed for you? Not really. I still think their margins are contracting. I think they're not selling nearly the amount of AI chips that they would hope to be selling. And I think the bigger orders of those that already came in before their last reported earnings. I think their margins are going to continue to decline. I think their capex is going to stay high, and I think their inventories are going to continue to bloat. And regardless of the current price, their valuation doesn't support it. I took my profits from the drop, then took my initial investment back into puts at 41.35 yesterday at close, down 35%. Am I winning? I mean, you're winning if we drop back below 41.35, it sounds like. Yeah, basically, Holy Saber. You can create a spread and minimize your losses. Or offset the theta decay of like longer term contracts. Too bad no one plays GM anymore, because days like this would turn into up 20% days easy. Yeah, back when we had leaps on the chain. I remember when ETF FTDs meant like a 20% run over 3 days. Thanks, Papa Pickle, for the hard truths. Sharing your wisdom always fills me with determination. 10 out of 10 cult leader. The things you teach us will stay with me for life, or at least until something better comes along. Cheers and Riku. Thanks, man. Are you still holding the same IWM puts, or did you close those? I closed those. IWM tanked super hard. I'll probably re-enter some, but holding them through this bounce seemed bad, right? I know Russell hasn't been performing that well, but it's definitely not matching SPY or NQ, but it's still pushing up with the rest of the bounce, right? Hmm. That's interesting. Move is down today, but yields are up. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Move doesn't report. It's not reported. That's why. Can you give me your take on Lily earnings? I mean, I'm not really. Lily's like a technical play, so I don't really care about their earnings. But their revenues came in decent. They're leaning really hard on the back of their new like diabetes drug, which doesn't have a lot of wide scale adoption just yet. Their EPS missed, but the position there is more of a technical one than it is based on the fundamentals. I don't think there's anything wrong with Lilly. It just trades in a channel. Thanks, Solid Sephiroth. The message is good enough, man. Don't worry about it. I lost money yesterday. I had a spy strap but mismanaged it. It felt terrible. Then I remembered I used to lose money in the market all the time. Thanks for what you do, Pickle Man. Are you trying to say that Nvidia's 156x PE isn't the value of the century? Yeah. It's just a little overpriced, you know? ZOM earnings thoughts as well as thoughts on oil in general now that we have an actual report from a global leader. I mean, oil's doing pretty well today. I think if oil prices slip in the near term, we're going to see continued cutbacks in production from OPEC. So I think oil's at least supported to the downside. And I think seasonally, we're hitting a higher demand period. That's not good for inflation going into the summer. Are there any FTDs on Upstart into May? Yes, I believe so. Although in the past, Upstart hasn't shown a lot of like price improvement with ETF FTDs during like the standard like during GME's ETF FTD period. I think that's because some of the ETF failures on Upstart are not like they're not for Upstart, right? Whereas like a lot of the ETF failures on GME are on GME itself. On Upstart, I think there's something else in the Upstart ETFs that's getting shorted really heavily as well, so it's kind of more diffused. But I think Upstart has a bunch of ETF FTDs on the 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. So next Tuesday. So I guess you could be prepared for that. I mean, I'm probably gonna start clawing back my Upstart covered calls today. Maybe a little bit towards the end of the day, in the hopes that the market falls off a tiny bit more. SPX dumped a little bit there, but not enough to make a difference. You should clip that segment about taking profits, managing positions, and not YOLOing. I could try. Only Siths deal in absolutes. How reliable are diamond patterns? Looks like one's been forming on Citigroup. The peaks line up with the peaks on SPX. Possible good short put. Moderately. Let me look at Citi. I mean, it kind of just looks like a big head and shoulders. I don't know how good of a short it is. I mean, it's like, is the range really that good on it? I assume you're referring to the 1 day. Hmm. It doesn't look terrible. I just don't think it has a lot of range. Unless there's more systemic risk with banking or like an outside factor. How impactful is the reported CFTC speculative positions report coming in at 1630? Oh, not very. Everyone's been over short on futures for a while. Upstart seems like a decent buy right now, but thinking it might get hammered with the Fed rate hike. I'd be concerned with the Fed raising guidance, right? That would be what would hurt Upstart, is if the Fed's going to raise rates now and then continue to raise rates over the next two meetings. Upstart needs a pause, right? That's what Upstart, a lot of Upstart's valuation is likely waiting on, is they need stability in the credit markets. And they're not going to get that until the Fed stops raising rates. There's a million direct Upstart FTDs, not FTDs. What? There's 1.9 million ETF FTDs. And then the direct FTDs are 200 and 300,000 on 5.1 and 5.2. Then 5.3 through 5.9 direct FTDs 1.3, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 2.7 million. So they ramp up a bunch. Does anything happen if VIX 1 day surpasses regular VIX? I don't think so. The VIX 1 day is just a measurement, right? It's not like it doesn't have any like effect on anything. I mean, maybe market maker pricing, but that's a feels like a good time for 0 GT SPX puts. Maybe. I still don't see any slowdown in the call buying though. How to step away from a meeting getting caught up with 2x Thanks for preaching about being happy with 400 gains and a 5,000 account. But I hate SPY and scalp SPX because $100 a day on SPX is easy if you're not greedy. It is, but you also have to have much tighter risk management. So it is mechanically more difficult. Greg makes a speech every month or so. People won't figure it out until they put the knowledge into practice. Yeah, I know. Some people never learn and should not trade. Bad habits learned from AMC. GME is too entrenched, more than the U.S. economy's inflation. Does anyone else have permission to change shit on YouTube? Ending does. But isn't only cis deal in absolutes an absolute statement? Yeah. I think maybe that's the irony, or maybe I don't get it. Just back on from family dinner. Did you see the monster SPX? Yeah, everyone saw it. Probably a glitch, or some off exchange reported a different trade at the time. Good time for upstart CSPs then? Maybe. I'm gonna be probably looking at like some synthetic longs. I'm moderately interested in May Opex for upstart. What's your Amazon buy-in PT? Um 87 to 81. I think I have another lower one too. No, 87 to 81. I thought I had a lower one. Did I delete that? I mean, I feel like if Amazon slipped 81 in any significant way, we would just be in a market crash. So, yeah, 87 to 81. Do you ever get close to giving up? No, I don't need to. Eventually, this place will just be like me and like 5 moderately successful traders. It looks like call holders are pulling the rug on futures buyers here now. Mm, I'm not seeing significant reductions in in the call sides on 0 DTs yet. But like it's not dropping. I mean, it's like gamma's bleeding out. What we might be seeing is like the effective charm on the hedge for all those calls, right? Because if like since the call buying's relatively stagnant, it's not increasing a lot right now. The market maker hedge on all those calls is going to start to sell off into the end of the day, right? Maybe I'll get a put before close. Throw some money away on some out of the money bullshit. Sure. Probably won't see the light of day, but fun all the same. Sir vodka salesman. Seems like the Fed meeting could make covering those upstart FTDs easy if it goes the wrong way. Yeah. That's kind of the problem with like ETF and market maker FTDs anyway, right? Is that, you're very reliant on like the market direction at the time that they're due. Because if the market's dropping, then it makes it really easy for them to net off all the buys. So you need a lot of like today on GME, you need a lot of things to come together. You need the market up, you need the pressure needs to be there. And even then, I mean, that's the effect of 500, 700,000 FTDs, right? Is 40 fucking cents. Does the Russell 2K always do the death cross 4 to 6 weeks before the other indices as they approach a major downtrend? Supposedly Russell's leading, but not always. Sometimes part of the flight of safety is to go to cash rich, to go to like cash rich small and mid caps. So like there's a lot of good companies in Russell. I mean, people ignore them, right? But there's a lot of companies there that are very cash flow positive and very stable, right? And sometimes Russell pumps in advance of like big market drops. Is it best to hold off from shorting Mana T+2 after the day of a big earnings beat? Probably, yeah. You're going to want to wait for, all of that exuberance to calm down. Is anybody excited about GME probably moving back into the Russell 2000 today? I am. I'm tired of this fucking illiquid bullshit. Yeah, I usually do, John. Or, well, I usually use spreads, and then I use I use the credit from the spreads to take a position in the opposite direction. Right? So, say I'm sitting on like a 41.50 put right now, right? I might sell like a bear call spread for credit, right? At like say like 41.75, 41.80, and then use the credit to buy like a 41.55 call. Or at the top, like say I think we've peaked, then I sell the spread and buy like a put, like an add the money put. So I can leverage that gap back down to my 41.50 position. Then once my 41.50 position starts to go back in the money, I close the at the money put, I close the spread, right? Obviously the ranges and the contracts and all of that change, but that's like an example. Sometimes like if I think we're gonna trade sideways, I'll take like a put position and sell a put against it and then open up like a bear call spread at the same time. So I'll open a bull put and a bear call. off the initial put position. Right, and then that hedges me for that. Like, I can just make profit on that sideways movement by just like selling all that. So basically, I'm selling all that like additional theta into, you know, trading flat. I like the put might be like 519, right? But then the rest of, yeah, then I'm selling like, you know, like 0 or 1 DTE call, and I'm selling a 0 or 1 DTE put. And then I'm buying like a 1 DTE call or 0 to 1 DTE call. Right. So all of this, you know, sloughs off after a day, and I still have my put, but I've picked up a bunch of credit. More liquidity means smaller swings. Not necessarily. Could mean more obligations. Could mean more volume. And GME already has a lot of price volatility, right? It'll make it far more reactive to active fund pressure. Well, I mean, it's going to increase GME's ETF liquidity, right? Which, you know, means there's more available shorts. But at the same time, it's going to increase GME's active fund pressure, right? So, you know, when the market runs and when the market drops, there, you know, GME is going to pick up volatility more in those ranges because there will be more funds trading it, and not only that, at a heavier weight, right? If GME moves back into the Russell, the reconstitution's in June, but today is the final day for what they're going to add to the Russell 2000. Um, so that'll make GME more reactive to index moves than it is in the Russell 1K, where it's not very reactive at all. So, and then, you know, more volume and more price volatility should lead to more obligations, which will hopefully once again attract options interest, which then compounds that, right? How many call bear put bulls do you open if you think the Omega is gonna trade diagonally backwards? You know, if Omega is running backwards like that gaff, I prefer to just stay cash. When do they announce the change? I'm not sure when they announce the final list. Um, let me see here. So today is the rank day. So eligibility is determined today. May 19th is the preliminary index additions and deletions. So that's where they'll make their announcements. And then June 5th is when the like look down period begins. And reconstitution memberships are finalized. And then the 23rd is the final day of reconstitution. And then on the 26th, they open in the new index. No problem. More call buying. I don't really expect today to end a lot differently than yesterday at this point, right? They'll just keep buying out of the money calls and propping up the market maker hedge as they sell off their in the money call positions into close, right? Yesterday it was like the 41.25s and 41.30s. You know, they just kept buying 41.40s all the way into close to keep the prices up while they sold these off. I don't expect today to be a lot different. I mean, except today, you know, it's like 41.40s and 41.50s. The exit's not super organized, so sometimes you can get like some volatility at the end of the day. We might get a dip, but it'll probably bounce right back. Don't think they'll push us higher today. I mean, there was a little while there earlier where like 41.75 and 41.80 were picking up, but those are selling off now. Like the 41.90 interest has dropped down to almost nothing. 41.65 is still strong, but that's where we're trading at right now. And I'm not seeing those further. I think they don't want to run it into those sold call positions, right? Because, you know, then it gets shorted back down and blows up their zero DTs. So they're running it like right to the edge of that like 28-day drop in the SPX skew. So like where those big sold call positions are, they seem to be running it right up to the edge of that. Now that could be, you know, bearish if it's somebody trying to pull back sold call positions in order to then sell them lower. But we'll see if those start to close out. Like those sold call positions are still open. They haven't really moved over the last 30 days. Thoughts on Lily? Too soon to pick up more June puts? I mean, I'm kind of just DCAing into it over the peaks here. It does still have some more room to the upside. But when it moves down, it tends to move down really, really fast. So hopefully I'll be able to get a decent number of contracts by then. Remember, the spreads are wide, so be careful with your bid. Or be careful with the contracts you're looking at. Makes sense. I'm getting ready to sell more ZOM CCs. Does knowing that oof buff at bacon exists at Penn State prevent you from opening buff at oof when Fubo hits $9? No. But I might buy them out. QQQ can't go that much higher, right? Why not? I mean, probably not. Or, you know, we're pushing the bounds of call profitability again. Again. For what date are the sold calls above us? They're kind of all over the place, but most of them expire before the 19th. Some of them are further out. Some are in like end of quarter. Oof. It flew a bit too close to the sun again. It's a good way. The Icarus market. Absolutely not, popcorn trader. What's past 4165, Papa? 4155, apparently. Maybe. Ooh, call interest fell off hard there. Interesting. Hold on. I want to get greedier now. Hmm. Ah, you bitch. Are the calls capitulating? Hold on. Call game is dropping off really hard right now. Over the last, like, 4 candles, too. This is the most sustained sell-off of calls all day. Bearish as fuck. Take profit early? They never do this. Hold on. Hold on. I need to look at more data. Ooh, they really are. 4160 staying strong though. It's being a fucking prick. But 65, 70, 75, 80 again selling off even more. Why is nobody buying any puts at 4160 though? 4150's got a lot of puts. Hmm. Those are like sold puts, right? There's no way they let it drop, right? They're just fucking, they're just gonna start buying more again at 4160. See, this is where we'd want to see futures actually sell off. When they start buying up more zero DTEs. But I think a lot of the 4150s are sold right now. Hmm. Yeah, this is actually looking maybe a little bearish. I don't want to get too excited here, but slowly. Man, something spooked the call buyers. Now they're selling in the money calls. It's a bear trap. The market only goes up. Do not go gentle into that good SPX. Bull should burn and rave at the close of the day. Rage against the dying of the bear. Grave traders near margin who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage against the dying of the bear. No, fuck that. Drop. 4150. Let's go. Isn't like FRC dead yet? Why do I have to keep hearing about it dropping? This doesn't even look that it looks like it did some exciting shit earlier, and now it's just lame. Mm, sold puts closing? You had an old Yeller FRC for us? I just don't care about it that much. Everyone just getting all hyped up on it and throwing their money at the market makers. How the fuck is VIX at 16? Well, you know what, dork? It was at 15 earlier, so all the puts being bought aren't being bought in a 23 to 26 day window. I'm not trading it. I just want it to die. Hmm. You're trading something that would benefit from it dying. That's okay. The FRC default and ultimate closure was priced into the rally. The rally totally didn't kick off on the news that FRC was going to sell a shitload of their assets. No one's scared of FRC being the next Bear Stearns. Not at all. Treasuries are just up today because. I don't know if TradingView has not the 9-day and 3-month live. Thanks, Leela. Pity, thanks. I wish someone would go on CNBC and yell at people to buy treasuries and just see what happens. Has nobody done that yet? Wind volume? Where did all the volume go? We had so much when we were pumping. CNBC hasn't returned my call. Did you yell Bobby at them? Buy BBBY? Did you yell that? You should have tried that. I feel like that's successful. USB? You mean UBS? Did the Bulls give up already? We'll see. Did you see Lauer in Wall Street Journal? No. Oh, US Bank Corp? They've got some risky books. They've got a lot of MBS exposure. Fortunately for them, house prices are still up. Oh my god, what did I just do? Okay. I'd pay good money to see you be interviewed on CNBC. Uh, Bro, I told you to go meet Kramer in Jersey and drink a bottle of his tequila, then follow it up with a Jersey Costco hot dog, and you would have all the inside knowledge. I don't want to get drunk with Jim Kramer. Actually, you know what? That sounds fun. Never mind. I take it back. I would get drunk with Jim Kramer. How are 1 month US T bills not a good alternative to managing spreads for 4% gains? Seems like risk free 4%. What am I missing? Nothing. Welcome to the boring part of my portfolio where I buy US treasuries and then sell spreads. I'm sure Kramer parties hard, right? Normally I'd already be on my third Coke Zero of the day, and Jim would be on his third Coke of the day. The worst part of that hypothetical is the Costco, not the hot dog, just the Costco. Costco's amazing, Gaff. Take it back. It's 4% annualized. Just a reminder. Yes, it is. Would you get drunk with me, though? Is your wife coming? Resist. Okay. I stopped myself from doing the follow-up joke. I'm getting better. Sam's for life? We don't have any of those in the city. We only have Costco. Hedging is the best thing ever. It's like you get free money before your thesis pans out. Yeah. Sometimes your hedges print hard as fuck because you're just wrong. That's my favorite. When you're wrong, but you're like, ah, maybe I'll be wrong, and then you hedge, and then your hedge prints harder than you ever expected your initial position to. Gork, I think there's going to be a bailout. Okay. Who's getting bailed out? You think it's going to be FRC? You think it's going to be Popcorn Trader? What about BJ's Wholesale Club? I've never I've never been to one, but I assume they're the best of the three. Not the American taxpayers. It's never them. Is this the completion of the Head and Shoulders on the weekly chart for Nvidia? I fucking hope so. I'm tired of selling theta on Nvidia. It's getting boring. Is it bear time? It's starting to look like bear time. If those pesky bulls had stopped showing up. I think Costco, BJ's, then Sam's Club. Hmm. BJ's Wholesale Club, same like Dan's behind the Wendy's? Maybe. As a true capitalist, I only shop at BJ's MSRP Club. Or do you just have to pay MSRP because you're married? I thought you said we don't have to pay our taxes to show the Treasury who's boss. I mean, based on the Treasury General account, it seems like no one's paying their taxes this year. Are bears putting their skin in the game? I think bears are afraid of getting skinned. Yeah, Gamma's still stacked at 4160, but it's falling off. Which means they need to buy more, right? Sometimes I reminisce on the times you used to say bullish as fuck. Why? Think about Sam's free membership every year, and they will ship you most of what's in the warehouse for free, plus for plus members. The Treasury General account looks like dog shit, Abe. Just opened a 1440p 0 DTE. Time for a 2-hour nap. No, I'm done ranting, Billy. VIX up. They better start buying a lot more 4160 calls. Oh no, they sold some. I hope FRC sells all of their securities before the end of today. On the open market, no dark pools. Did you delete that line on the SPX chart so we can drop below it finally? I will not. What would happen if there were no dark pools? Banks would lose more money to high frequency traders. It'd be bad. That's if they sold all their assets, I mean that's really bad. I think they're only selling like 100 billion worth. There's more in the money calls taking profits right now. It's slow, but ongoing. Something's happening, Dork. Back when I missed a bunch of volatile ass candles to the downside and VIX crawling its way out of the abyss. There was a guy on Wall Street Bets who made $1 million yesterday after getting early assigned on SPY iron condors. How do people with that much money not know anything? Like SPX not at risk for assignment? I mean, I don't know. I don't know why anybody would ever sell condors on SPY, but I guess. Have the FRC execs gotten their bonuses yet? It's not like they're gonna fucking put up flyers, Abe, and be like, hey, we're selling today, guys. Exchanges moved millions of shares between exchanges in order to balance inventories. They would hit the open tape and cause massive price fluctuations as a side effect of the market existing. See, I'd rather trade that market. No DMMs, no liquidity providers. Actually, you know what? Liquidity providers are fine, but no internalization, no CNS, no dark pools, pure volatility. You can't, like, I want a market where you can't trust anything. Like Apple's 200 one day, it's 10 the next. Just, I should trade the Nifty 50 or HSI. I do, it's called crypto. I need better derivatives, Gaff. What, are we going to trade one Bitcoin at a time? Lame. No margin, Dork. Cash only. Like the one we have now. We're getting there. SPX is at 41.55, in case anyone wasn't paying attention. It's moving down, Dork. Incrementally moving down. Good job, Fluffy. I noticed you timed out walking. Well played. I banned him from the Discord again. He'll be back, but he's banned for now. As is tradition. I feel like at this point in time, we can't have a good, like, sustained drop in the indexes without banning walking first. I also banned walking at the peak of the bull market that happened in March, too. It was glorious. Is banning walking the catalyst? Could be. Yeah, well, hold on. No, Walken's not a perma bull. He's just an idiot. If Walken is Jim Cramer, and we're right, then by banning him, he doesn't know the pickle jar moves during that period of time, right? Why do you unban him? I need to reposition my puts. Walken is actually Ken Griffin. If that's true, I've just lost tons of respect for Ken Griffin. Do you think we go back under 4,100 before FOMC? I don't know. That'd be really cool. I'd like that a lot. We're not very far from 4,100 right now. Tons of respect or all respect? All. Oh, my shitty out of the money puts are up. Let's go. Dork, how do you feel about $13 on these? Too much? Yeah, I know it bounced. VIX got too close to 1630. Bull trap. What if it's a bull trap? This is indicative of a bull trap, not a bear trap, right? Slow grind down is not a bear trap. $12 to those puts is pretty ambitious. Is it? It's only 41.28. That's only 65 basis points. That's that's not even our low for the day. That's a higher low. Don't you dare, popcorn trader. That's gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of the fucking day. That lines up close to 41.50 on ES. That I like. I like it too. That's why I said it. And why I bought the puts. Now, what would be really greedy here is if I bought. How much settled cash do I have left? $50? Um. Hmm. No, that's just stupid. I'm sorry to announce that I'll not be returning. You see, Girk actually banned the Continental from the Discord. He never banned me. I go where he goes. In order to do that, Girk would have to unban him from the Discord, or I need a new phone or a market crash. Sad face. Sounds like you need a market crash, Walken. Is Gert calling a 13x player right now in front of our eyes? Magic. It's probably not going to happen. Just be very aware of that. Although it'd be really cool if it did. I have two theories. Walken is either Jim Cramer or he's 350 pounds, lives in his parents' basement, and talks about how the market is rigged all afternoon long and refuses to get a real job. So, like a composite incel. Interesting. I don't watch YouTube ever. I, I know you think he'd be tolerable in a bull market, but he will be just as insufferable, if not more. It's true. You know what Walken's problem is? Is Walken has grown up. Well, maybe not, but in his own mind, he lives in a world where his opinion matters, and other people are forced to listen to it because of his freedom of speech. What Walken has found himself in is a world where his freedom of speech is not a right, but a privilege. He actually pays you to speak. This is true. Do you think Nvidia slips 275 into close? I don't know. I'm not even looking at it right now. I'm focused on trying to 13x these SPX puts. Waka needs to be a woman for a day and see who wants to hear his opinion. Maybe Jen Jen. It wouldn't be his first time being a woman for the day. But military hazing's really rough. Shids wouldn't be able to go long enough without mentioning Bitcoin correlation for Walken to be them. That's true. Walken probably goes hard as fuck in Facebook political debates. Oh, he definitely does. The ticker is frozen on the screen. It's not. Did Pickle Jar just substantially change the OI of the 4140 put, or is Jamie Dimon hanging out in here? He knows no one wants to hear his opinion. He just doesn't care. He's a self-centered fuck. Yeah. That mini walk-in rant gave me chills. It's like a president talking before war. That is a war. It's coming back to pick up my buy order. Hmm. That was odd. Short calls closing at 41.50? Hmm. Girk, don't YOLO into risky SPX plays. 40% gains are great. Also, Girk, I'm gonna try to 13x these 0 DTEs real quick. Yeah, but I'm like not risking a lot of money, right? That's like it's like $300. That's like lunch. Like I'll have to eat lunch at home. Half of a New York sandwich. I can go a week on $300. I mean, I probably could too if I wanted to, but that's 3 days of rent. Depends on where you live, I think. $30 goes quick on Uber Eats. Yeah, it does. Are we gonna break below 41.50 before power hour, or is it just gonna tease us? Tease. Definitely teasing. I can go about 1 day on $300 before I spend it all on 0 DTEs. But how can you only spend $300 a month on food? It's either a week of food for me or the pregame for my wife and Kirk. Garbage is free, bro. Yeah, well, sometimes. Buy everything you eat at Costco and Trader Joe's. I kind of already do that. I just stopped eating. Okay. I haven't heard of that diet. I was renting a bedroom in a 6-bedroom house in San Bernardino near Pomona a few years ago for $550. Everything included. Good times. It's pretty cheap. It's called intermittent fasting, and it's regal. But SPX's liquidity is nowhere near as low as GME's. Still living off the high of using 1K to make $10 this morning. Are we crashing on Monday now? Not I mean, if we are, it's not obvious. That's not how you spell Carl. We're 1 cent away from a Rev Bobby flippening. Nice. 1 second, I'll be right back. Are calls coming back in? No, not really. There's just still a lot of them. The buying here seems to be mostly futures based, but the volume's still very low. So if there's futures buyers at 41.70, where are the sellers? 41.80? San Bernardino, aka the armpit of California. Yeah. Still cheap though. I want to buy AMD Nvidia video cards and sell them on cheap on eBay to destroy their pricing. Do you want to help? I'm not sure you could dilute that market any more than Nvidia already has. When do we find out the Russell decision? May 19th. But it's based off of the market cap at the end of today. All right, 4150 calls closing here. 4160, 65 coming in. These aren't cheap enough yet. They're sold. It's about to fall. Are calls coming back in on this bounce? Out of the money a little bit, but in the money calls are selling off right now. So this may be like the last pump to bail out those in the money calls. Now some out of the money calls are starting to sell off. Ooh, 4150 puts picked up a little bit. Fidelity just auto sold my out of the money 0 DTE put. So dump incoming. Yeah, I don't know why Fidelity would sell off a cash settled option early. It's like 1 minute delayed. If you have mid to longer dated positions that print, do you set a stop or just watch prices manually? I mean, I'm usually pretty on top of it because I'm always here during market hours, right? Oh, spy. Can't you call Fidelity and tell them to stop doing that? Yeah, it's weird. SPX is like creeping up here, but futures is flat as fuck. Euro style options are free game though. Huh. Basically, you have to call Fidelity and admit you're a degenerate gambler. Who cares what they think? Yeah, lots of sold puts. Nvidia triple top at 280. Is it even close to 280 right now? It's like $4 off. You still holding your put position, hoping it goes to 41.28? That's what I bought him for. Yeah, I already know about top. It's just like HKD or whatever, the other like Chinese pump and dump. Oh, you know I am, dork. No. Hmm. Why are none of the market makers selling me 4140s at 15 cents? Remember that all short-term SPX TA is bullish. VIX almost back to 16 again. Hmm. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. All right. Ow. Thank you. VIX hit the lowest since November of 2021 earlier. Yeah, I know. They don't want you to 80x in front of hundreds of people. I doubt they give a shit. Have you ever considered that today is weird? No. Is it weird? It seems like yesterday, but less up. Shh, don't give it ideas. But the VIX is closing below 15 when FRC is about to die? Seems normal. We Gucci fam. Yeah. It's a 60 BPS move. Pretty benign, really. Yeah, I mean, today's not nearly as impressive as yesterday was. Has SPX 2023 been one big bear trap? Maybe it's been one big bull trap. Still a chance of 2% up or down? We're not going to move 2% more today. That would be insane. Right? We try to go to the SPX into ripping to 4,200 before close with those inflammatory statements. Don't anger it. I want it angry. Russia would have to withdraw from Ukraine, like, right now. No, we're not at a daily high yet. Our intraday high is 41.6620. Will all the downside gaps ever get filled? Not all of them. I mean, I guess at some point when the US economy collapses. Quick unban walk-in so he can say all in on calls. Then we end red on the day. $41.66.32 on TOS. That's probably right. I'm not sure if the increased Vega is worth the additional premium. It may not be. VIX has been lackluster lately. Any significant movement in yields? Yeah, they're all down like 2%, 1%. Oh, we're doing MOASS. God damn it. Vorname, thank you so much. Welcome to Dillionaire, dork. Or Cornishon. Cornishon. Congratulations. You got him. No more chat restrictions on you, Dork. When did women start working out in sports bras and flannel pajama bottoms? I was so confused today. When they wanted to. Popcorn trader. We live in a society. About 0 DTE puts just now? You're welcome. Nice. Pajama bottoms equals easy access? Taps temple. Does it? It's like the same level of access. This is gonna dump. I fucking hope so. I'm ready. My body's ready. Smite the bulls, almighty smiter. I'm a bad, bad bigot. Popcorn trader, is this your new kink? No. I was talking to Lawrence. Double top, hard rejection. Let's fucking go. Oh man, so many of the out of the money calls just sold off. That's cool. Let's keep doing that. If Bobby wasn't debt ridden, what would be a fairish market cap with revenues of $1 billion per quarter? 17 cents. Hold on a sec. Kenny's got to clear out his bags at the previous price first. I remember my no scrubs words. No, I don't want no bulls. A bull is a type that can't make no white on me. Leaning out the passenger side of their bear friends ride, pumping zero DTEs. Beautiful, Huckleberry. Beautiful. Are you loading up on long-term out-of-the-money puts with VIX at 52-week lows? You mean calls? I mean, I bought some puts today. I didn't buy, like, I didn't load up. Do you have to be a certain height to ride this ride? No. I don't come around too often anymore. Nice to see you're still streaming. Did you change the color scheme on that ticker on the bottom right? It used to be green. Is red easier on the eyes? Which one? The SPX contracts? Or are you talking about GME? I don't know which sides you're right. Thanks, Vorname. It's good to see you again, man. Ah, all in due time. I like my red positions. Is the cure ever coming back? That hurricane was like a year ago. He's still here. He's just selling covered calls on GME. Bar? Oh, it's two R's. It's a bump and run reversal. They usually don't fail on, or they usually don't like succeed on lower time frames. For the poors who don't play indices, but who believe a volatility event is coming soon, what VIX derivative ticker would be best for calls? And to avoid the shenanigans of past VIX-ish tickers, just VIX. Can you play VIX or no? Directly? I don't know if I really trust the rest of them. So if it fails, is it a barf? Yeah. The market just barfed? Not yet. But it's very close to barfing. Are there longer dated 4150s on the chain? Some. Hmm. Yeah, the 4160s still aren't selling off enough. All right, guys, I gotta be honest. I'm getting really greedy right now. You're not alone. After your lecture today, it's hard now to hold these lily puts. I mean, I would be probably DCAing them over time. If you bought in immediately after earnings, like there's quite a lot of range there to enter the position in. Are you adding any more puts to your long-term Nvidia position? I did like right before SLD. And those are all pretty far out. I don't think I want to increase the size of it anymore. I have I think more than enough leverage if it fails. Why is it every play I pick that doesn't just immediately tank? I have to listen to like weeks of complaining about like FRC. Or not FRC, FL. FSLR. Because every play that doesn't immediately tank, you make fun of people too late for it. I didn't make fun of anybody. You'd be too late for it anyway. You're not a billionaire. How the fuck would you know when the play came out? That's just playing shit with like half information. Mm. Well, to be fair, when I shorted Nvidia, I didn't expect it to become the market's most popular stock over the next 2 days. Given that I was sure that their earnings were going to be shit, I didn't realize they were going to spark the AI bubble the next night with one of the probably most ill prepared speeches I'd ever heard. Dealing with CC stuff? Oh. But were you there for Lily? The same can be said for FSLR. It kept going up until earnings. Yeah. I mean, for FSLR, though, like the expectation was that, their earnings would shit the bed, right? And then their earnings shit the bed. I don't think their next one is going to be any better either. I think it's going to get probably worse, but that's a really long time frame. Well, it's like I just started buying into Lily for June yesterday. I've already heard like 900 people complain about it. Or the same people 900 times. I don't know. Probably the latter. It was based on their financials. Half the information is great. Remember M with emergency exit? That was funny as shit. If he'd rolled those puts out at any point, he would have like 300% it, or those calls out. He would have like 300% of them. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of upside room in the range, right? Because Gamma Max is right there. I'm just being facetious, but when a play immediately tanks on Monday, you do make fun of people who complain about missing it. Yeah. Have you bought puts on Lily? Does that make you a Lilliputian? Maybe. And where are all these pores coming from? Thanks, Mr. Gold. I'm up 30% in about an hour on Lily. I'm okay. I cut my docu puts right before it tanked on earnings. Ah. And the old one, right? The one from the prior quarter. That one was hard to hang on to. I'll be honest. I came close to cutting it also. People are just worried Lily is like Nvidia and will defy reason. People are worried about that with MSLR too. Not every stock is going to become, the center point for the next bubble, right? Lily also sells off hard as fuck every time its dividend comes in, which helps. Have you thought about restricting chat to zillionaires and pigeon whales for a day to see how it goes? I know there's a hot tub stream, but I'm curious about it during market hours. Interesting. Do you think I'd get less pissed off throughout the day? What does Lilly do? I have puts. They're a pharmaceutical company. And they're a very successful one. Want to grab beers and spit on my face after this? No, I don't like you. Bithead made certain that you would find no clemency. I know. He likes to do that. Hey, Girk, remember back in the 90s and early 2000s when companies got sued for weight loss pills? I remember. Yeah. Are you guys shorting Eli Lilly? I'm just shorting like a technical trend. I'm not like short Eli Lilly. I'm not fucking stupid. Well, usually. Don't change it to no pores. I'm never giving you my money, shill. You've donated at least 4 times, turd. You're already locked in. I still think we could get close to 405 on Lily, or was 404.29 sufficient? We could test Gamma Max. It's pretty index exposed though. If the indexes start to pull back, it'll probably start to slip. I found headphones so you can poke fun at my daughter Girk with impunity. I still don't understand why you changed your daughter's name to Girk, but it seems unbecoming. Or at least difficult to live with as a name. Lulu Lulu. Welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, Brett. That's 4113 Thunder 86. Remember in the 90s when Desert Storm popped off? I don't. I was 4. I was also not old. Kirk, do you like me or do I need to be a pigeon whale? I thought you already were a pigeon whale. You can be a pigeon whale if you want to be. I'll be the last person in the world to stop you. I'm not giving you any more attention, Mr. Gold. You've received enough. Hey, Dad, in the future, could you tell us the market is going to pump in your daily DD? Thanks. I'll try to. Does Pontiff come with baby birding? I don't know what that is. Sure. I'll spit in someone's mouth for 200 grand. Spit in everyone's mouth for 200 grand per person. Would you ever try eating an ortolan prepared in the traditional French method? Ugh. It's like a little crunchy bird. It still has its poop in it. All right, Hazy. No, I don't think I want to. Nope. Dump's dead. Probably. I don't think anyone has sold a single 4160 call in this entire period of time. Now, the 4150s and 4155s, those are being sold off. And the 70s and 75s. But the 4160s and 65s, they're not going anywhere. Can you tell them to leave, please? I would very much like them to. Looks like ES failed 4183.50. That doesn't actually look bullish at all. And 4180. Does your next hit single released on Market Downturn include the music genre dump step? Oh my god, someone sold a 4160. Oh, they bought him back. Never mind. That was close. It literally went down on one tick and then right back up the next. Wouldn't GME $50? I don't know. Maybe when they have growth potential. Sell to close 41.60. Sell to open 41.60. That'd be risky, right? When we form a civil union, I'm not forming a civil union with you. You 10x my port for me? That's okay, guys. They found more 41.60 call buyers. Your body, my choice. What? You haven't paid for Pontiff yet? Uh, I'm selling all the 41.60s I can in my paper account. Well, some more of them just took profits there. I think this is just going to be like the same as yesterday. It already has been, right? It's just concentrating into a narrower and narrower range. What sort of price action do you see for GME until May Opex? Down/flat? No, May Opex looks kind of interesting. We might run. If we start to get some liquidity realization next week, we'll see how much, right? And then it'll depend on if we get shorted into Opex or not. But if we get shorted pretty hard going into Opex, bullish. I have no idea how long they're gonna continue this shit for, Maeve. It starts fresh every day, right? They just buy a bunch of zero DTEs in the morning, and then we trade up into those zero DTEs, and then they spend the rest of the day closing them out. Bank tanking. Yeah, we should drag the SPX down with it. Well, if things start to go down, you just buy more zero DTs, right? Bank bounced back 9 BPS. Nice. Should be happy to be able to recognize this now and take advantage. I enjoyed buying calls today. So after SIVB implosion, markets pump. Makes sense? Yes. Well, FRC's failing now. Markets couldn't be more ecstatic. They didn't like those banks anyway. We've got to be close to a crash. What else would explain these pumps off terrible earnings like Intel and Meta? Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's happening tomorrow, right? I mean, I feel like one of these days I'm just going to buy a bunch of zero DTs and the market's going to drop 20 BPS. Or 200. 2,000? Ooh, that would suck. That's why you play SPX. Dork, imagine buying a big stack of zero DTs on SPY. Market jumps 2,000 BPS in the next two candles. SPY halts. I'd have already sold. Well, SPY isn't cash settled. So if you do that on SPX, right, you just cash settle at the end of the day. But on SPY, you're fucked. I mean, you're going to look at your really, really, really expensive puts for a few hours. This is going to close below 4160, right? No, doesn't look like it. Looks like they're going to pump 4165 and start closing out the 4160s. So by his extended trading hours, you could close them before 415. Could you? Would you find any liquidity though? Also, I'm pretty sure it halts the market for until the next day. On a 20% drop. You straddling over the weekend? Yeah, I already bought a straddle at 41.55 today. I wish it wasn't at 41.55, but can you exercise a contract of an equity that is halted? Yes, a call. If you have a call. Or, well, I guess you could do it with a put if you have all the underlyings, but you wouldn't be able to buy SPY, right? If there was a market halt. That's the problem. To like, if you didn't already own SPY, you wouldn't be able to exercise the put. Amazon dropping into close. Why do we get shadow banned? I don't think you were. They would let you short if you have margin, though. Yeah. Although I feel like if the market dumped, yeah, I mean, you got a 15-minute window to get rid of it. Probably no liquidity in the aftermarket. And then is your broker really going to pick up the fucking phone that day? On a 20% market drop? Probably not, right? Yeah, it's not a great situation. I'll always answer your calls, Greg. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. With SPX zero DTs, you would be safe. Yeah, because they're cash settled at the end of the day. Who knew that the 190 Apple price target wasn't a joke? Apple's nowhere near 190. It's barely at 170. Well, on 20% drop, they'd halt SPX for the rest of the day, but still cash settled. That would be absolutely wild. Wild except for everyone except you and Jamie Dimon. Ding ding. The day is done. Futures just got rejected at 41.90. Oh, maybe they didn't. All right. Well, that was a fun end of the week. That's not a relevant metric, Abe. They got the 4170s. Well, did they? I mean, they closed, but they didn't go in the money. They still closed out of the money. When's the best time to sell CCs on GME? During Opex or during ETF FTDs? Future's still pumping. Yep. So are we crashing next week or what? We'll find out. We've got the Fed meeting next week, so that's going to be pretty important. But we've also got 3 days until the Fed meeting. This is legitimately wild as fuck. It's pretty crazy. I'm surprised the futures pump is persisting after market close. Although the volume's dying off really, really fast. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you all Sunday at 12:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you guys. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you.